Ah, a little out of alignment. Well, I didn't actually check the camera before I set it up. Bad me, I know. Hold on. There we go. Excelente, taco grande. Just quickly answer your question, Mario fan. Yes, I do have, Super Mario 3 is my favorite. I don't have a favorite character per se. I just play as Mario, usually. Super Mario World is pretty cool too, but Super Mario 3 will always be number one for me. And the original is good too. I used to play the original, just Mario Brothers, the sewer one, on my Apple IIc quite a bit. As for an Atari, I don't own an Atari. I own a ColecoVision with the expansion module that has the Atari 2600 expansion module. And I actually do have a box of cartridges, original cartridges for both Coleco and Atari. Hello, everybody. Greetings, Adrian James and Jordan. I did play the the E.T. game back when it was new. A friend of mine had an Atari, like just one of the old heavy Sixers, wood grain style, and I remember playing E.T. at his place. And I don't know. I mean, people shit on that game all the time. It's fine. Like, I mean, it's actually quite advanced gameplay wise for an Atari game. You know, I kind of put it in the same category as the Raiders of the Lost Ark game, which I do own and absolutely loved. I actually finished that one a few times. And the Sword Quest games, you know, where they're cryptic puzzle-based games, you know. And actually, of those, E.T. is probably the simplest of them in terms of the rules. But, you know, with Sword Quest, you got to have the comic book, or you're just not going to be able to finish the game. So you need to have the comic book to refer to certain images and pages and stuff in there and get an idea what to do next. Raiders of the Lost Ark, there's a lot of like hidden stuff that you have to figure out how to find and whatnot. And it's not so easy. I mean, I guess there is in E.T. as well, but I mean, the hidden stuff amounts to, you know, find which pit the phone piece is in, you know. And I think there's actually a way to identify those on the map, so you're not just shooting in the dark. But yeah, it's fine. I never finished it, but you know, I assume my friend probably did. You're probably already aware they've recently re-released the Atari 2600 a couple years ago as the Atari 2600 Plus, and they just recently put out an Atari 7800 Plus. Now, all of those are compatible with both Atari 2600 and Atari 7800 cartridges. They don't actually come with any preloaded games. But, so if you have a bunch of old cartridges, provided they still work, you can put them in these new consoles and play them on your high-def TV. I mean, it's still good old Atari graphics, but, you know, they work with the modern connections. And in addition to that, I noticed that Atari has actually started to re-release a lot of their old games in cartridge form with the, you know, reproductions of the original box art and everything, like new. So it's about $50 a game, but what price nostalgia, right? I mean, I think it's really cool that we've seen this, you know, return to the old school consoles, because I mean, it was just so much simpler back then. You know, you buy a game, you bring it home, you plug it in, you play it. No updates, no microtransactions, no internet connection required. You know, that's it. You just plug it in, you play it. Done. And then when you get tired of it, you trade it with your friends for one of their games that they're tired of, or you go and you sell it and get a new one, or whatever, or you keep it. You know, there was a real sense of ownership with old games. So, $8. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, that was the thing. That was one of the games that was responsible for the video game crash, was supply outweighed demand. And you know, people were expecting, I think, a more straightforward action game, maybe some kind of platforming thing. I don't know, but and instead they got something that was a little more puzzle based, and were, you know, just didn't have the patience to figure it out. So that was it. Run Lola Run. That's a great movie. I love that movie so much. I have the Blu-ray. I also have the soundtrack CD. Yes, remember CDs, kids? Well, they're still around, but anyway, a package arrived today from good old Umbrella Entertainment. Well, the pit was annoying, but I mean, that's why you use your map. You have to use the map so you see where the pits are. The map would also tell you which pits had the phone pieces in, so you could find them. So I'm not going to do like an unboxing video, but I thought we'd, you know, open up the package on stream here. Let me just get you guys centered for the moment. I'm going to be moving you off center when we start filming more of the update. Yeah. There. Centered, making room for the chat. Alright, cool. The DVD, yeah. So, yeah, if you manage to find Raiders, I definitely recommend it. Don't expect to be able to finish it in a night, though. It's going to take some patience and some problem solving. I think the only hint I had was they tell you how to do a couple of things in the manual to kind of get you started, and then from there you got to figure it out as you go. But yeah, I mean, I guess maybe my autistic brain, I just really enjoyed the problem solving aspect of it. So so that was cool. Well, shall we see what we got from Umbrella? Hold on, I should move you guys back a little bit because my head's cut off. Hold on. No, now you're too far back. Hold on. Let's move you up. There. That should be good. Okay. And also got, I'm guessing, a Christmas card from Jet Blast. So I might actually set that aside because I have a package from him as well. So. But, yeah. I also have a lot of collections of the old Atari games. I mean, I have a pretty comprehensive ROM collection and an emulator, but it's trapped on a floppy disk. It's funny, the old Atari 2600 games were so small that I actually have the entire library of about 800 or so games, plus the emulator, and it only takes up about 5 megabytes. That's megabytes. So it's on like 4 or 5 disks, like floppy disks, and that's it. Yeah. Rather than try to pull all those off a floppy disk, I don't have a floppy drive currently, so I'll likely just re-download them from somewhere. But I also support the official collections, obviously. I really, you've probably seen, I've been playing the Atari 50 collection quite a bit, the 50th anniversary collection, which is just a treasure trove of games. A lot of prototype stuff and unreleased stuff on there, as well as a lot of old favorites. A lot of newer games that were made, you know, and reimagined games. A lot of arcade games, a lot of Atari Jaguar games that have never been re-released before. And just a huge, huge interactive history of Atari, which is really cool. Alright, how many people are here? Lots of people for the package opening? Impromptu package opening, that's why you gotta get here early. No? 6 people. Alright, well. Then you 6 get to see the new stuff before anybody else. I just have to do it this way. I guess I can do it like this. Fragile! Must be Italian. I don't think there's any Italian. It's funny because I do actually get a lot of Italian films. Some of which we're going to be talking about today when we do the update stuff. Got some pretty cool stuff. But this order I actually placed back in September, and part of the delay was there was a couple of pre-orders in here that just came out recently. But the other thing was they got a little overwhelmed with their, I guess their Boxing Day, or not Boxing Day, well, like Christmas sales, Black Friday sales and stuff. So everything got like super delayed. And there we go. So let's see, what do we got first? So first off, a non-horror title. I've been wanting to get this for a while. I loved this movie back when it originally came out. I think I saw it in theaters and then later on VHS. Very nice that it got the deluxe treatment from from Umbrella. We have Steve Martin and Lily Tomlin in All of Me. Yeah, very cool. Which is basically where Lily Tomlin takes over half of Steve Martin's body. And it's an absolute tour de force for Steve Martin's physical comedy, I have to say. Plus, I mean, paired up with Lily Tomlin, you have two like absolute comedy geniuses of their day together. And yeah, it's great stuff. So this has, what's it got? So a nice hard box. We got a 48-page booklet of new essays. And we got the hard box case, custom illustrated slipcase. Oh, I guess that's, we also have a slipcover inside. We got a poster, and it's a limited edition numbered release, of which I have number 55 of 500. Well, 500? Wow, that's like super limited. That's like very limited for them. So, very glad to get this. This was one of the pre-orders. I did not want to miss out on that. And then next up, we have one. I remember when it came out, it was quite critically acclaimed. And I don't know that, I'm sure I saw it, like at least on VHS. But I remember this made a lot of waves when it came out. Because there's no English in it. It's not a foreign film. What it is, it's a movie about cavemen discovering fire. We have Quest for Fire, which is one that I think this is its high-def debut, actually. Is this is Blu-ray, right? Yeah, this is a Blu-ray. It is Region B locked, just so you know. So make sure you can play other regions. And lots of goodies in there. Very cool. So this has, I think it's Daryl Hannah is in this. God, that print is so small. Based on a novel. My God, I can barely read these here. Everett McGill, Ray Don Chong, Ron Perlman. No, it's not Daryl Hannah. Daryl Hannah was in Clan of the Cave Bear. I always get those two mixed up. Also based on a book. Anyway, and also about cavemen. So anyway, has a 48-page book, custom designed rigid case, custom designed slip case, custom designed book using original artwork, 8 art cards, reversible poster, limited edition numbered release. It is number 185 of 600, so very limited. This was another one I pre-ordered. Special features, we got audio commentary with director Jean-Jacques Annaud, audio commentary with actors Ray Don Chong and Ron Perlman and producer Michael Gruskov, a third audio commentary with film historian and podcaster Rob Kelly, 2021 interview with the director, Quest for Fire and the Flame of Knowledge with Bryn Tilley, Quest for Fire behind the scenes, photo galleries with director's commentary, and trailer. Very cool. What are some of the extras on All of Me? All of Me, we have, what was that? Audio commentary with podcasters, writers, and film analysts, The Wives Colangelo, interview with actor Victoria Tennant, The Odd Couple, journalist Michael David Brown on Steve Martin. Oh, on Steve Martin and Carl Reiner's trailer. This, I completely forgot. This is actually directed by Carl Reiner. Yeah, so if you may know, he did a few movies with Steve Martin. One that most of us would remember would be The Jerk, which was great. I'm guessing, is that JL? Wilhelm and Godzilla. Hello! Greetings. Welcome. I'd find it funny if you bought the E.T. movie after we had talked about the infamous Atari game. No. No need to. Because I actually have the 4K already. It was gifted to me by JL. And then the Walmart gift set of the 4K was gifted to me by Razman's Reality. So, I'm good. I'm good for E.T. And then I still have my gift set. I have it on DVD, Blu-ray, and now 4K. So I am well covered for E.T. And the gift set, of course, includes the much despised 20th anniversary edition with all the extra bits and changed bits and rampant censorship. Last but not least, oh my god, I'm just dropping. Oh, there's popcorn all over the place. Last but not least, I love me some found footage films, and I've heard that this is a really, really good one. And I've seen it. So, of course, I had to buy the ultimate edition ever of it, having never seen it. But I have a feeling I'm not going to regret that, so. We got the Uber Deluxe Box Set Edition of Lake Mungo. There you go. You see that? Yes. This is a much bigger edition than the others. You can see quite a lot of stuff. I'm not going to open these up now because we're going to do closer looks at them. But, yeah. It says if you've never seen a ghost, look closer. So, collector's edition includes Lake Mungo Revisited, a 3-hour retrospective. I need to know what sound is going. Okay, just this. A 3-hour retrospective featuring the cast and crew. A 100-page hardback book, a 100-plus page hardback book featuring behind-the-scenes content and essays by Matt Glaspie, Kevin Fisher, and John Brawley. A 100-page softback book featuring the original shooting script. Matt's Photos, a scrapbook of Matthew Connor's photography. It's an actual physical scrapbook. It's not just... Okay. It's an actual physical scrapbook. It's not just like a photo gallery on the disc. Custom artwork slipcase, direct designed by Time Tomorrow. 8 art cards. Reversible poster, also designed by Time Tomorrow. And it's a limited edition numbered release. Much bigger release here because I think this is more like the kind of genre stuff that people tend to go to Umbrella for. Number 1585 of 8,000. So 8,000 of these, so you can probably still get it on the Umbrella store if it's one that you want. Special features, we got YouTube viewers in the audience will know this person. Audio commentary with critic and filmmaker Chris Stuckman. Audio commentary by producer David Rapsey and cinematographer John Brawley. Hours of never before seen footage, including behind the scenes, rushes, original auditions, and rehearsals. Found footage, a selection of scenes from early cuts of Lake Mungo. Deleted scenes. The original Lake Mungo mood reel with an introduction from producer George Neville and cinematographer John Brawley. Dead Girl Rise, Alexandra Heller Nicholas on the ancestors and legacy of Alice Palmer. Alexandra Heller Nicholas is awesome. I follow her on Blue Sky. She's one of many sort of horror historian types that and aficionados that I follow. and they often, and most of whom also often do extras for sets like this. The Legacy of Lake Mungo, interviews with filmmakers, ghost stories with Pat, and Ararat locals' experience with the paranormal. Ararat, an ambient journey through the film's location. Ray and Matthew on
I'm
the road,
insane with
trip
anger.
psychic Ray Kemeny through country Victoria. And Lake Mungo Revisited, an extensive 4-part experience. And you get the original trailer. So this came out, what, 2008? Yeah, it's like 2008. Yeah, I remember hearing about this one, but it just never crossed my radar. I just, never got around to seeing it. I thought it was about werewolves for some reason. Is there some, like, found footage movie about werewolves? Because I thought that's what this was. Or no, it's like Wolf Lake or something. It's just like a similar title. Yeah, so this one's about ghosts. And I love me a good ghost story. And, yeah, very cool. I have a feeling I am going to just devour the contents of this. This sounds like a fun one. So there we go. So 3 new titles, brand spanking new, just arrived today from Umbrella Entertainment. How cool is that? Yeah, very nice indeed. I got bits of plastic here. All right. So, just gonna make sure I don't have any of that popcorn on the floor because the cats tend to like eating it, which I'm sure is really healthy for them. That's sarcasm. It's not healthy at all. Very unhealthy, in fact. Well, thank you for the first soundboard blasts of the new year there, JL. Appreciate that. Appreciate the bits. Insane with anger. So looks, I'm guessing the bits don't count towards the Stream Boss thing, because Duncan's still sitting at a cool 10,000 hit points. Well, there you go. Get to attacking, kiddies. And take note of the Streamlabs link. Our rent bounced, so yeah. We're not like horrendously behind, but if we could get a few donos going, every little bit helps. We came up a bit short. Now, before anyone lectures me about, why'd you buy all that stuff then? Okay, I bought all this back in September. This is like, and I think the last time I actually bought anything other than stuff we needed was like October, so, shit happens, you know what I'm saying?
Meow.
How's it going?
Hello.
New movies.
Ooh, Lake Mungo? I've actually heard of that one.
You got that? Yeah.
Is that the, found footage type one?
Yeah, it's like a found footage ghost story.
I've heard good things.
It sounds awesome, and it's got, like, so much stuff in this set, too, so
yeah,
I'm looking forward
hefty.
to that. All of Me, which is freaking hilarious. It's Steve Martin and Lily Tomlin, where Lily Tomlin's spirit takes over half of Steve Martin's body, so they're, like, sharing his body.
Okay.
So he's, like, walking, like, half like her and half like him, and, like, it's... It really shows just what a brilliant physical comedian Steve Martin is. It's hilarious. And Quest for Fire, I think I was telling you about this one.
Yes, that's the one that's like the monkeys in 2001.
Yeah, Rose loved the scenes with the cavemen in 2001 and was sad when that part was over. And I said, well...
I don't know why, it was just really entertaining. Like, I watch a whole, like, comedy family drama with, like, cave people.
Well, it's funny. There was actually a sitcom done with cave people.
Really?
Yeah, who were, like half...
Kind of like dinosaurs?
No, it was like cavemen. But they're, like, half...
No, I mean the show Dinosaurs.
Well, there's that, too. But this was all cavemen, so it was, like, the first half... And it was from the maker of, like, Gilligan's Island and stuff, so it was, like, very zany comedy kind of thing. The first half was, like, in prehistoric times, and then it transposed them into modern times, so you get a bit of both, and then it was canceled because nobody liked it. But anyway, I was saying that Quest for Fire, basically, if you like the caveman scenes in 2001, this is basically a whole movie of that. So... but yeah, you just like the little story unfolding about the two tribes fighting over the water hole and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Anyway, I'm gonna go shower.
Alright. Have a good shower. So, yeah. So if I have seen Quest for Fire, it was so long ago, I don't really remember much about it. I just remember a lot of the buzz, about it at the time. This is from 1981, and All of Me was 1984. Yeah, 1984 was a good year for stuff, too. Yeah, and these are both Region B locks. They are both Blu-ray. I think, is Lake Mungo 4K? I don't know if it would even benefit from 4K. It is 4K. Alright, so it is actually region free. Cool. I mean, I don't know what they filmed it on, if it was shot on film or if it was shot on like high def video or what, but cool. Yeah, it doesn't say, like, usually they'll say what the source is, but they don't here. Anyway, very cool. Yeah, Umbrella is fast becoming one of my favorite boutique labels, and one of the reasons is, look at this, all their hardbox releases are a uniform height, so they're very shelf friendly. I actually really like that about them. So, you know, the only difference is the thickness based on, you know, how much stuff is in them, you know. So that's that. Very cool. Anyway, looking forward to diving into those. I'll have to wait a little bit because we got to do the unboxing and closer looks first. We will do that in due course. Hey, good morning, Tony. Or evening. The hell time is it? What is time? I don't know. It's a construct, as TNA Dan used to say. Wonder where he's at these days. Haven't seen him in a while. Anyway. There you go. So that's the start. So we have... So where am I going to put that box set? I don't know. We've got... I don't know if you guys... Yeah, you guys can see. We've got a stack of box sets to go through today. I saved most of the big box sets for the end of the update, because I know that they won't take as long to do because, you know, we're not doing the unboxings right now. So, it's just basically list off the movies and the contents and call it a day. But, so these ones... So the ones we're doing today, these ones are what I call Horror Auteurs and Legends. And there's two stacks, mostly box sets. Actually, I think it's all box sets. And then we've got another stack of box sets, which is Gothic Horror from Around the World. And, well, from certain parts of the world, because I got some others in other sections. And then we got a stack of singles, which is more Gothic Horror stuff. So, yeah. Yeah. Did you see them, Scully? Did you see the pickups? We got good stuff. Good stuff today. There. Yeah, you can see those. There you go. Pretty. That's me running around like a maniac trying to get all the updates done. Have you seen any of these, Scully? I could have sworn I heard you say you'd seen Lake Mungo at some point. I feel like everybody's seen Lake Mungo except me. So, I'll have to check that out. I'm just trying to think, do I have anything else coming? Well, actually, there's one that I ordered back in September that I'm still waiting for. I don't know what happened to it, so... my responses may lag a bit. I'm watching on YouTube, on the TV, and chatting on Twitch. Ah, see, power moves. That's big brain thinking. Because Twitch gives you the best chat options, but YouTube will give you the best video quality. There you go. Also the highest bitrate. Oh, okay, I didn't even know Lake Mungo existed, but I'm intrigued. Yes, found footage ghost story takes place at a lake, I'm guessing.
Take that, you
But I like that this has
snakes!
just an insane amount of behind-the-scenes stuff, which is pretty cool. 3-hour documentary, 4-part documentary, a couple of commentaries. Ancestors and Legacy of Alice. So I wonder if this is based on like a local legend or something. Sounds interesting, anyway. In case you didn't hear me, I said I wonder if it's based on like a local legend or something. I don't know, but it sounds interesting. Yes, yes, indeed. So I finished up all the thumbnails for the last batch of updates we did, which was books, mostly books, and all the Death Note stuff, and all the Garth Marenghi stuff. So, and after doing the Death Note update, it kind of put me in the mood to watch some Death Note stuff. So I thought, well, I watched the anime already, and I watched the 11-part drama series, and I watched the Netflix movie. So I thought, well, why don't I watch the live-action movies, the Japanese live-action movies, which I've never seen. So I watched the first one yesterday, and I just started the first one today with my morning coffee. And damn, they're actually really good. They're actually pretty faithful adaptations. I'm quite impressed. With a few little twists, few little changes, but I think changes that work really, really well. So really, really digging them so far, actually. Yeah, I do have there's one movie that hasn't come out over here yet, which is technically the third movie, which tells another story of L. And kind of I don't think it's a canonical story, it's kind of a what-if story or something. But anyway, it's supposed to be quite good. It's also, there's a novel of it as well, which I do have. And I think the movie is based on the novel, or possibly the other way around. I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm going to experience both of them regardless. But I was like, oh, I'm going to have to find a fan sub of that. And then I realized, wait a minute, I already did. I already did all that. I already found all the things that aren't officially released. So, yeah, I'm ready to go. Ready to go with all the live action adaptations. There was even a 3-part web series, which has never been released here, which actually goes between the 3rd and 4th movie. The 4th movie was like a 10th anniversary thing that they did, which sounds like a lot of fun. Basically, in the 4th movie, the Shinigami drop 6 death notes onto the human plane, and like, go nuts, humans! Make it interesting. We're bored. So, I think that's going to be a fun one. Sounds like a fun anniversary type story where they just kind of go hog wild. So, yeah, I look forward to that. Anyway, just started the second movie. The original 2 movies basically adapt the original story. So we're about not quite halfway through the original story. I don't know how much of the original story it adapts. But because knowing the manga and knowing the anime, I'm feeling like where they are in the story by the time the second movie starts, I feel like they would need a 3rd or 4th movie to finish the story. But so I'm suspecting that they've made some changes to the later parts of the story. But yeah, I look forward to seeing how it unfolds. I've been enjoying the adaptation so far. Well, since these ones arrived so late in the game, I think they might be just standalone update unboxing closer looks when we do them. So I think I'm just going to put them straight into the closer look pile, and we'll call it a day there. Fuck. I realize I still have the heat on in here. No wonder I'm boiling. I'm boiling! My biscuits are burning! Oh. Let's get the rest of our lights going, shall we? Well, those ones you can barely see, but that's okay. Something is better than nothing. Putting on my list of movies to look for when you go to McKay's next month. Well, do they carry Australian releases? I'm guessing probably not. But, I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of domestic release of it. I mean, just won't have all the goodies. What can you do? I don't think I can film while Rose is in the shower because she has her music blasting. We'll just go back to some mood lighting for now. I mean, I guess I can get the camera and everything set up. That's something we can do. So anyway, all this talk of Death Note the other night, Kralatin came by during that portion, and he said that he's never seen it, or read it, or anything. So I thought, well, it's been about a year since I watched it and read it, and I was wanting to do a screening of it around Halloween anyway. So I may have ripped all my Blu-rays.
Wow! You're an idiot!
Thanks. So I may have ripped all my Blu-rays for potential screeningness. Huh? That's true, yeah. And I mean, you just want to watch it, and then if you find you love it, you can track down the special edition later, if you feel so inclined. Alright, I think that's pretty much spot on. It's almost like after doing 27 of these things, I know exactly where to put the camera or something. Oh, you've never seen it either? Well, I'll put this out there then, and I'm going to ask anyone who says they'd like to come to the screenings. I'm thinking of doing it like as a Monday to Friday thing. It's 5 discs. I figured we'd watch 1 disc's worth of episodes a day. So about, 2.5, 3 hours a day. Do it like a G.I. Joe miniseries, man. Or a syndicated 5-movie package. So what time of day would work for you, ideally? And would you prefer dubbed or subtitled? Because I have both. I'm assuming if you're half watching it while you're working, dubbed would probably be easier, but I don't know, let me know. I've only watched it subtitled, so I don't know. I'm good either way. I mean, it's still the same story, right? So let me know, because ideally I'd like to do it kind of earlier in the day and then can stream in the evening, right? Or I can edit in the evening, or whatever. But ideally I want to have the screenings a little earlier. 8 p.m. So right when I want to start streaming. Got it. Dubbed preferred because lazy. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the other option is I could just, I mean, I got to work on the editing anyway. I could do editing during the day, and then we do Death Note around 5 p.m. my time, and that'd be about 3-ish hours, so it would end around 7:30, 8 my time, which would be around 10:30, 11 your time, which I think is like right when your bedtime is anyway, so that would be kind of perfect. So I could probably work around that. 5 would work too, like 2 o'clock my time. Well, if that works, I mean, that would be ideal for me, because then I can stream right after. And yeah, so maybe what I could do is, here's my day. This life as a content creator, folks, as I'm busting my butt.
How the fuck am I supposed to fight something like this? Seriously.
As a one-man show to pump out as much content as I can for you. So, edit in the morning until 2 p.m. my time, where we take a break and we watch, like, I don't know how many episodes is in that batch, like 6 or 7 episodes of Death Note, and then after that, stream whatever we're streaming that day. Could be more filming, could be games, could be whatever. That sounds like a good day's work. What do you think? Good day's work with some nice relaxing entertainment in the middle. And there's a few shows I'd like to do that with. Another thing that one second here. Just reformatting the card here. Okay, so another thing that I got ready for streaming. Max Headroom. Yeah, which is one I've been wanting to do for a long time, because unfortunately I find it is increasingly relevant to our times. And I've been wanting to do rewatch for a while. Now here's the funny thing about Max Headroom. Of course, I have the DVD set that Shout Factory put out ages ago. So I ripped all the episodes off of that. But for whatever reason, the only episode on that entire DVD set that has stereo sound is the first one, the pilot episode. But I distinctly remember the show was broadcast in stereo. So I scoured the earth over the past year looking for alternate recordings of those episodes to find any that had the original stereo audio. Of the 14 episodes, 13, not including the pilot, I found two additional episodes that had the stereo audio. But the picture quality wasn't as good. So I thought, well, okay, well, why don't I just rip the audio from that, and then I'll time it to fit the DVD episodes, and then I'll use AVI Demux to just replace the audio track while leaving the video untouched. So that's what I did. So we basically have perfect quality episodes with the stereo sound restored. For at least 3 of the 14 episodes. Then there's also the original Channel 4 movie, which came out in 1985, and which served as the inspiration for the series, both in terms of story and tone and satirical, social commentary content. So I have a Japanese Laserdisc rip of that. I also have the original VHS release, but I mean, ideally, you want to have the best quality you can get. So I found a rip of the Japanese Laserdisc, very high quality, in stereo, but for whatever reason, whoever ripped it had the left and right swapped around, so the stereo's backwards. And you can really tell because it's a super aggressive stereo mix with like lots of panning and stuff. So, the sound usually lines up very tightly with the visuals. So you can immediately tell that it's the wrong way around. So again, ripped the audio, flipped the channels around, remuxed it with no change to the video, and there you go. So that has been corrected as well. That was one of my projects yesterday. It only crashed the computer once during that whole process. So, anyway, I thought those two would make a great, 1 week screening where we just kind of plow through the whole thing in a week. And they're short. And, yeah. There you go. Speaking of, I watched an episode of Pink Panther anime series a few weeks ago, and it was where he was a guard for a movie studio, and one of the tourists goes, "Are you Max Headroom?" Oh, and Pink Panther was voiced by Matt. I completely forgot he did that. Yeah, I remember that show. I didn't catch too many of them, but I remember enjoying that, because it was Matt Frewer, fellow Canadian, hey. But, yeah, I've been wanting to rewatch the Max Headroom, but I really wanted to do whatever I could to kind of restore those episodes to their former glory. And, well, that's the best I can do at this point in time, because that's the best elements I've been able to find. So, it will be the most ultimate presentation of that series that I can possibly give you all. So, join the Discord if you want to be a part of those screenings. And there'll be sometime this month is the goal. Maybe the latter half of the month. The immediate goal is to get this filming done, and then I can work on other stuff. I'll also be starting to film the closer looks and such as well. And, yeah. So there you go. So is this page? Alright, I already read all that. Okay, cool. So, anyway, that's kind of what's on the agenda coming up in the coming weeks. So, I figured first we'd do Death Note, maybe next week. And then the following week do Max Headroom. And after that, who knows? Actually, I've been kind of wanting to do a rewatch of Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future, another post-apocalyptic thing. So we'll go from, we'll go from Death Note, where Light, Kira, tries to save the world by killing all the bad people. It's kind of like Dexter, but with supernatural elements. And then we'll go to dystopian sci-fi, the collapse of society and the media controlling everything in the world of Max Headroom, to just full-on post-apocalyptic, where AI has literally waged war against mankind and won, and it's the pockets of survivors just trying to win back their world from the machines. You sensing a theme here? Yeah. There may be some connections and threads and themes between all these screenings. So I hope you all will join us and enjoy. So we should see the Discord link pop up in the chat from time to time, so keep an eye out for that. Otherwise, you can find the link on my Twitch profile and in the description for most of my YouTube videos. Actually, I think it's all my YouTube videos, not the streams, though, for some reason. Well, for the reason being I never thought to add it to the stream description. Anyway, whatever. The link is out there. Find it, join the Discord, have fun. We geek it up there all the time. And I do enjoy doing the screenings for everybody. Alrighty, well, I'm going to take a short break. Camera's all set up. You guys are more or less where I think you're going to be. I don't think you're in the way of anything. No, it's good. You're in a good position, actually. And, yeah, we'll get to some updates. So the updates today, to start off anyway, we'll see how far we get. We'll be starting off with box sets of Horror Legends and Auteurs. And mostly auteurs of trash, by the way, because a lot of drive-in movie level stuff. But also some legitimate Horror Legends as well. And those will be some box sets. And then we got the first wave of Gothic Horror. After the Gothic Horror, we'll probably be getting into Hammer Horror. And then we'll be doing Asian Horror. So we've got like quite a lot of stuff. So it's Hong Kong, mostly Hong Kong and Japanese stuff. There might be some Korean stuff in there as well. I don't remember off the top of my head. I got quite a stack. Anyway, Enjoy whatever the clips are, and I will see you again shortly. Don't touch that dial. We've only just begun. We've only just begun. You can relax now. Daddy's got you. Alright, so we got our picture, and I'm going to put it over on the other side as I'm talking. Fucking Doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Pedler, Jerry Davis. I guess like I said, fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. Alright, we gotta go back this way. Oh, hold on. Is there an item over here? Thought I saw green. Clearly just hallucinating. So we'll get as far as chapter 2, and then I think we'll call it there. But definitely, I can see having some fun with this. Just wrecking house, especially through these early levels, eh? Oh Jesus! I just walked right into him. Do 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 do. Tiny usable marker replica, yeah. That's the captions for Twitch. They're generally pretty good, but sometimes they don't quite understand your vernacular. But it can spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Look at that. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Okay, cool. Anyway, I should go. So I'm gonna go. I'm going now. Don't cry for me, Argentina. We're being raided. Datanoi mouse block. That's how I read that. Did you call him Chody? Chody. Oh my God. That was amazing. Best typo ever. You've encountered a horde of monsters. What do you do? Examine them closely. And in particular, are any of them fuckable? Yes. All your illicit half-orc babies you've littered the countryside with. Can't help it. Those orc muscle mommies are just something else. You crack walnuts with their thighs, I swear. You just gotta keep the lights on real low. Bit of a suntan from it. It's 2,800 lumens, by the way. That's a lot of lumens. That's a lot of lumens, indeed. All right. What, the clips scare half our viewers away? Well, sorry. I think they're funny. Sorry there's not more variety of them, but, normally, there's a certain number of regulars that would often do clips, and, they've either disappeared or just haven't been doing clips, I guess. So, ich weiß es nicht. Terribly sorry. Now, how the heck am I going to tackle this? The stack I want to do is in the back, of course. Let's see here. Do it like that so you can't see what they are. You might already see what some of them are. So I think we want to do that one first. And then... Here, maybe what I'll do is I'll just put these other ones down on the floor for now. So I can more easily access. Yeah, that should work. I think I've got everything more or less organized there. So we'll put this one here. And we'll put this one here. And then I want to start with this one, I think. Alright. Excellent. Clips were hilarious. I'm sure I was very high in most of them. I miss weed. I have not had weed. God, when did I last actually have the budget for weed? Like, probably Halloween, actually. Yeah. Haven't bought much of anything the past couple months because, just no money. Halloween cleaned us out. We're still recovering. I'm going to put this in the kitchen. Oh, I can't wait to start unleashing all of these videos on YouTube. It's going to be glorious. Glorious. That is really freaking loud. I don't know if I can do all that background noise. Add some ambiance. Get our spook on. I was a little concerned when I was doing the rips of my Death Note Blu-rays for the screening. And the first disc refused to rip. I'm like, oh no, don't tell me I got a bad disc. Like, because it's like the big collector's edition that was not cheap. Had to find it on the aftermarket. All the other discs ripped fine. So I went back to the first disc and like, alright, what's going on with this disc? Oh my god, like, now the cats will be munching for 20 minutes. Anyway, turned out it just had some gunge on it, so I cleaned the disc and it was fine. Yeah, the microphone on the main camera, I think, is a little more sensitive. It's set to pick up more of the room ambiance. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like you guys could be angled down a little bit more. So the pumpkin and skeleton head are not... Skeleton head only there was another name for such a thing. I can't think of one. Skeleton head. There. That's a little better. It's a little better. Oh. Not too cut off there. Yes. It's an odd angle, I know, but it's because I need to have the main The main camera does not appear to be centered. I think it's okay, though, because I adjusted everything. Guess we'll find out. The biggest problem I found with doing so many parts for this update and trying to have everything kind of uniform in terms of angle and layout is I can't really lock the camera down where it is because it's in sort of a high traffic area. So I can only lock it down for the duration of that day's shooting. And then I gotta move it again, and then I gotta find the spot again, and I guess I could have put tape on the floor or something, but I didn't, and we're too far in now to even bother with that. But I've noticed that some of them are just slightly different angles, or my head's just slightly, too high in frame. It's like, and there's only so much adjustment I can do after the fact. I can zoom in, and I can rotate the image a little bit. It's one of the advantages of filming in 8K and mastering in 4K is I have some wiggle room in terms of how I can do adjustments to the picture, and you won't notice any difference in the quality in the final videos because it's well within that difference between 4K and 8K. So it's just annoying to have to do that. And I'm not about to go back and refilm anything. No. This is one and done. We will, well, now you probably definitely can't hear it because I have the Halloween ambiance in the background. But, yeah. Well, I guess one thing I could do is open my window just to get some fresh air flowing a little bit. Because I forgot. Normally I turn the heat off in the morning because, us being up and our bodies generating heat is usually enough to keep the place warm. But I don't want it so warm that I overheat while wearing my costumes. So, yes. So this is one of 4 vampire outfits that I picked up over the past couple Halloweens. I would have picked up more, but apparently I have all of the ones that, what is it, Spirit Halloween offers. So, other than getting extras, I didn't see any point. But, at least it's nice to know if anything happens to any of these, I can get replacements fairly easily, so that's good. I also kind of just like them as clothes. Like, even though they're technically Halloween costumes, they're very high quality, like much higher quality than like the stuff you get in Walmart, say. But it feels like it's gonna fall apart before you even wear it to that one singular Halloween party, But no, these are quite durable. As you see, I've been wearing this one throughout this entire series, and it's great. I just make sure I've freshly showered before putting them on because I don't know how easy it is to clean these, if they even can be cleaned, really. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to check. I'd be a little concerned about throwing these in the washing machine, Maybe you can dry clean them or something. I don't know. How long is she going to be showering? Didn't she go in like an hour ago? And if I complain about the music, she'll just get all cranky because that's like part of her, part of her peace when she's in the shower is listening to music. And I get that. I respect that. So, I don't want to interfere with that. It is important that we protect our peace. We have so precious little of it these days, it seems. Maybe I'll just sit here and look cool until she's done. Oh my god. Also very low on munchies. Well, and just food in general. So anyway, yeah. Help us catch up our rent, guys. Every little bit helps. Even if it's just $1 or $2, it all adds up. It helps. Don't be shy. Support the content that you love so I can make more of it. And, yeah, I can't. She's making all that. Oh my god, Rose, stop. She makes that noise to scratch her inner ear. I don't know why, like, I mean, and I do my weird, like, reverse frog sounds or whatever to scratch my inner ear. I don't know if it's just, like, a thing with our family is we make weird noises to scratch our inner ear, but... Here. So glad I was able to fix this. I'll just sit here and look cool while we wait. I think we're pretty much all set, ready to rock. Good that we're getting an earlier start tonight as well. One thing I would like to do this year is renew my subscription to Reason, so I can get back to doing some music, which would be nice. I have not composed for a very long time. I miss it. It's very therapeutic. Good evening, Wannabe Newfie. Good evening. Good evening. Tonight, a tale of terror and suspense. Indeed. Well, the shower stopped. That's a good sign. There. A little bit of subtle lighting. I probably should have done that 27 parts ago. Well, guess we'll have to restart. Take 2 on everything, boys. Here we go. Yeah, we're not doing that. That would be mad. Absolutely mad. Yeah, it does kind of It's like the fire is on the outside of the pumpkin. Yeah, I don't really have a light that I can put in this easily. Hey, thank you, Trevu. Algorithm brought me here. I'll try and donate more in the future. Alright. When I have money bags. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And hey, the algorithm's working. Huzzah. Excellent. Appreciate that. There's an asymmetric multiplayer game. I wish I had the money to get everyone. It's called Fury of Dracula Digital Edition. Oh, interesting. Well, you know, we like Dracula around here, so yeah, that'd be fun. We've been trying out a few new multiplayer games as of late. One of which is Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt, which we gave a spin on New Year's Eve. It's free to play, and it's actually being shut down in April, unfortunately, due to lack of players. But we played a bunch of it on New Year's Eve and had an absolute blast. It's so much fun. And, you know, the controls are quite intuitive and easy to get the hang of. You can, like, scamper up buildings and stuff, and you get all kinds of different... You can pick, like, different classes of vampire, and each one has, like, different sort of built-in, like, special abilities and stuff, so... very cool. And the last battle pass is free. You just unlock stuff as you level up and can customize your character and whatnot. So, yeah, we were having a lot of fun with it. It's going to be unfortunate that it will be no more very soon. The other one we were playing was Aliens, Fireteam Elite, which is, of course, set in the Aliens universe. You play Colonial Marines and have to go in and fight hordes of aliens. And we were on mission 2 of, I don't know how many, but mission 2. And just got destroyed, like just absolutely swarmed by aliens. And we were doing pretty good. We were holding our own pretty well for a while there, but yeah. So each of those can have up to a team of up to 3 people. So no 4-player squads, unfortunately, but you can at least have up to 3 at a time. So, yeah, good times. So, Fireteam Elite is free if you've got PlayStation Premium. That's how I got it. Otherwise, I don't think it's terribly expensive. But yeah, pretty fun. And you can play it solo as well. You can just play it solo with bots if you want. And you can replay missions to, you know, get stuff you missed or whatever. But essentially, it's co-op. It's like a co-op mission-based thing. So very cool, very fun, and I'm pretty sure it's cross-platform as well. So if you have it on another platform, you can still play with us. So and the same goes for Blood Hunt. I'm pretty sure that's cross-platform as well. So anyway, we'll probably be playing a lot of both of those in the weeks and months ahead because we were having a lot of fun with them. And they're definitely my vibe, you know. You got the gothic horror with vampire, and you got the sci-fi horror with aliens. So how can you go wrong, you know? So good stuff. I think Rose is done. Okay. Let us begin. Let us depart. Let's put that over there. Put that over there. Provided she isn't coughing, hacking, and sneezing her brains out all night. Bless you. Alright. Well, I wasn't going to start, like, right this second, so. She's still adjusting, I guess.
Clutch was yelling at me when I came out of the shower.
Aw, hi, sweetie. You always give Mommy what for whenever she comes out of the shower. Like, why are you in the big wet, Mommy?
Well, also, it's become a routine where I let her sniff my hair.
Oh.
So she's like, no!
It's like, yes. Oh, let me huff your hair. Snuff, 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 snuff.
But yeah, she like loses her shit over my freshly showered hair.
I see. Hello, Ron Paul. Says, I was wondering, can you do a closer look of Ancient Aliens if you own them? I do not own them, so sadly I will not be able to do a closer look of them. It's not really my thing, honestly.
That's Mum's thing.
Yeah, Rose's mum was into that. The whole.
Well, more Patrick, but
Yeah.
both of them. I've seen some episodes.
Whole Chariots of the Gods type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's interesting, but really it's just,
Theories.
yeah. It's like, how did they build the pyramids? With slaves and whips. Big fucking whips. Must have been aliens. No, just whips. But that said, I do have literal stacks of things that I will be doing closer looks at over the next couple of months. So look forward to that. And then also we're just wrapping up the last few segments of the horror updates, which have been lingering forever. And, glad to finally be getting those done. And with the updates done, then I can start doing the closer looks. In fact, a lot of the stuff we're doing today for the updates will be getting individual closer looks as well. So,
Where are you going?
look forward to that. What you making?
Noodles.
Noodles.
Um,
There is some sauce left.
no, I'm not making those noodles.
Oh, the other noodles. Yeah.
The packet noodles.
Needles.
They're,
There should still be some meat left.
yeah,
And
peas and carrots,
peas
all
and,
that jazz.
peas and carrots and all that jazz. Put the Steam
Here.
page for Fury of Dracula in the Discord. Okay, thank you. My hellspawn.
Oh yeah. I was just gonna say that like some of the theories on ancient aliens are interesting, and I definitely like with the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking kid. I find like just how big of a thing they built for like not really having any like proper, or I shouldn't say proper, like modern day construction vehicles and stuff. Like it's very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
But it was also the work of like thousands of people rather than like the 20 it takes now.
Oh, it was like some crazy engineering to figure out how to do all that.
Like early scaffolding and pulley systems.
Yeah.
And then there was just one episode I saw where there was like giant sized graveyard burial grounds or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, very large people.
There was one I watched. There's a content creator I really like, Jason Pargin.
Mm-hmm.
He was the writer of John Dies at the End, a movie that came out a few years back based on one of his books. Apparently that's a whole series of books. But he does all kinds of like just kind of interesting facts and whatnot type videos. And one of the ones he did was about ancient engineering. And in particular about this, there's this obelisk that they found, that they unearthed. And it was not upright, it was laying flat. And the reason it was laying flat is that's how they would make them back in the day, is they would actually make them, laying down, pouring in the concrete and everything and forming the shape. And I mean, it's hundreds of people and hundreds, if not thousands, of man hours to put just one of these things together. And the reason this one was in the ground was because it was never erected. Like after they build it, they would get 1,000 people to pull it upright and then put it into position. But this particular one was actually never completed because it was very close to complete, but it actually had a crack they found down like one part of it, so that meant it was unusable.
It would have just fallen apart.
It would have just fallen apart, so it was like structurally unsound. You can't fix it. So they had to start all over again. You know, having a drink exchange here.
It was a frozen mango lemonade that I got with Chris at Timmy's this morning.
And it is now thawed.
Yep.
Now it's just mango lemonade.
It's been thawed for most of the day, honestly.
But well, yeah, it was really interesting because, and it just sort of put in perspective like just how dedicated they were to like this perfection of engineering, and you know, but it's also interesting that they left it there. You know,
They didn't like drag it off or something.
well, what are you gonna do? The thing probably weighs like thousands of tons.
Yeah, well, it depends what they made it out of.
I mean, I'm sure like maybe the intention was to just smash it into pieces eventually, but they just didn't. Maybe the civilization collapsed before they got around to it, and it just becomes this interesting artifact of ancient engineering.
There's some really funny videos actually of people that have like left things from our time, whether it's memes or whatever,
To fuck with future
to fuck with
archaeologists.
future archaeologists. Like they put like a handsome Squidward like stone statue in the bottom of, or not the bottom of the ocean, but like
Yeah.
pretty deep down somewhere. But they're like I wonder what they'll think like 1,000 years from now.
Squidward.
Like, was he our deity? Who was this man?
Oh, handsome Squidward.
Yeah.
It's like there's a Jason statue chained up at the bottom
Yep.
of a lake somewhere, and
Yeah.
it's much like the one.
In the show.
Well, I think you've seen that one. I think it was the end of number 6, where they drop him into the bottom of the lake and chain him there.
They probably
Yeah.
put that statue where they filmed the movies.
No, it was a different lake, I think, but
Oh, no.
but an interesting curiosity / tourist attraction.
Oh, I always like seeing comparisons of like current animals and like their skeletal structure.
Skeletor.
Skeletal structure.
Or there's Skeletor structure. Oh my god. There's Skeletor scrotums.
But like seeing their current anatomy and like for example, platypus have their bone, like their spine goes into their tail.
Most
Or it was like
tails
beavers
do.
or something.
Yeah.
But like if you look at the skeletal structure, you'd never assume that there was like this big fucking flipper on that spine.
Yeah.
So like just imagining how fucked some things from back in the millions of years ago probably looked compared to
How we think they looked.
how I think they look, yeah.
Was
Or
it?
like dinosaurs having feathers and being like really fat.
Yeah, just fat chonkers.
Yeah.
Well, like for example, if you look at the skeleton of a hippopotamus, I mean, it looks like just some crazy hell beast, and like, wow, what the hell was that? It was a hippopotamus. You should look up a hippopotamus skeleton and then look at a hippopotamus. Well, yeah, I know, but like do the side by side because it's hilarious. Like just how many ways it could be misinterpreted.
Yeah, I know there's some pretty freaky ones out there.
I always like those Walmart Halloween skeletons that give skeletons to things that don't have skeletons.
Like octopuses or like
yeah, like an octopus skeleton. Like, you sure about that? And you know, and having like cat and dog skeletons, and like they have a bone for the ears. Like, yeah, ears don't have bones; they're just cartilage.
Yeah.
What is burning?
It's just because there's water on the bottom.
Oh.
Yeah, that's kind of terrifying.
You find it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Give us a big one and show the people.
What one?
Sure, or one with like a side profile, ideally with the jaw open. Maybe that one.
This one?
Which, oh, how about that one? Is that a hippopotamus?
Yep.
Where are you going? Yeah, they're over here. There. Hippopotamus. I think there was another one above that, wasn't there? Yeah.
Well, it's because
Hell beast.
the teeth are like really weird.
The teeth, yeah.
Oh yeah, here's a good one.
Ah!
Like you would not think that this is like some big fat thing.
No, you'd think it's like a dinosaur or something.
Yeah.
But no, it's just a big chunky blob.
Yep.
Hey, Bonehaver says, fun fact, they actually discovered the claim that slaves built the pyramids is wrong. There's sufficient evidence that they worked in teams with hired skilled labor. Well, that's entirely possible too, yeah. It's an early form, cool read if you're into that. Oh yeah, I mean, anything to do with ancient cultures and stuff is fascinating to me. And I mean, that's one of the interesting things about it also is, I mean, we're learning new things all the time as more information is uncovered. I love those like those tablets they found with like letters that people had written chiseled into them, and how or actually that's not entirely accurate either. They found like clay tablets, and there was one they found was like basically some guy had written an angry letter to the guy who supplied him with copper because he sent the wrong kind of copper, so he didn't send what he ordered. So people were saying that, like, this is the wrong kind of copper. Angrily chisels for 14 hours. It's like, no. Okay, the tablets were wet. It was clay, and you could just, like, etch into them fairly quickly, and then you would let them dry. You weren't, like, literally chiseling into... It's not like the Flintstones, You're literally chiseling into stone. But that was such a funny image of just, like, this guy angrily chiseling for, like, hours and hours. Alright, got your food. You're all good? Alright. What are you doing?
He's just pacing over to me.
Okay. Just being a weirdo. Wonder when we're gonna get a proper release of Freddy's Nightmares. I'm thinking never at this point, unfortunately. I know Warner Brothers has owned the rights since 1996, but still have yet to do one. Nothing but bootlegs. Well, there was also, it was released for streaming. Screambox, the streaming service that Bloody Disgusting does, actually had it for a while. And it was nice remasters of them too. They never looked better. So, if I don't know if it's still available. If it isn't, and you're looking for a bootleg set, look for that version, because it's the best version out there, for sure. The only official releases we've ever had were a handful of releases on VHS back in the day. And yeah, which was through Warner Brothers. Actually, I have a couple of them, so I'm thinking they have owned the rights for a little longer than that. But I think was it originally who the hell originally put that out? It wasn't Warner. It was well, I mean, I guess they got it when they bought New Line. So whenever they bought New Line, because it was a New Line production originally. I can't remember if they did, like, who did the television distribution originally. It's been a while since I looked at my old recordings. I have most of the first season from the original airings. So they put out like a handful of episodes on VHS, and then two just random first season episodes on the old Blu-ray set. So, great. But oddly, the two they selected weren't ones that actually had Freddy in the story. But funny enough for me, one of the ones that was included was actually the first Freddy's Nightmares episode I ever saw, which was episode 3 of season 1, entitled Killer Instinct, and starring Lori Petty. Yeah, a few years before Tank Girl. Very cool. But, yeah, it would be nice to get a proper set of that, for sure. I mean, I've always said, like, you know, with, just generally, like, it's a franchise that's full of media that could easily be put into some kind of mega set, like just a Freddy mega set. You could have all 7 movies, you could have both seasons of the show, you could have Freddy's Greatest Hits, the album, you could have the music videos, like the one he did with the Fat Boys, the Dawkins music video, of course, which at least we get that on the, you know, the home video releases. I think that's been a thing since the VHS release. I remember the VHS release had that too. But, I don't know, there's so much stuff that they could include, you know, if they just wanted to. Well, yes, I thought that people might think that too, but I read over that press release about the deal that Vinegar Syndrome made with Warner. It sounds like while it is a television deal, it's a deal specifically for TV movies, not necessarily TV shows. So, maybe? But I don't know. We'll see. And like obscure TV movies that haven't seen the light of day for ages. See, Warner has this thing that they don't like to license out their stuff if it's considered an active franchise. So even though they've done jack shit with it since 2010, they still consider A Nightmare on Elm Street to be an active franchise. Which is why they've never licensed out the movies, and then why they've never licensed out the show. Because, you know, I'm sure countless boutique labels would love to get their hands on it. But, that said, if they're starting to license more stuff out, then maybe. Who knows? I mean, Warner's in flux right now, so who knows? I mean, a lot of the old rules may change. So, here's hoping. It'd be great if Vinegar Syndrome got to do it. Hell yeah. That'd be amazing. Prime Cuts. I don't remember that one off the top of my head. I will say this, I haven't seen much of the second season. I'm most familiar with the first season because that's all that aired in my area. And I caught it as often as I could. I got most of I got like, I think 17 or 18 of the 22 episodes. So there was still a handful that I hadn't seen. One of which was on the Blu-ray set. The second episode was It's a Miserable Life, I think it was called. So that was one of the ones I didn't have. So that was nice. But, yeah. I haven't seen much of the second season. And there's a couple episodes I still haven't seen from the first season. So, yeah. Actually, the only second season episodes I've seen were the 2 that I picked up from the VHS releases. One of which was... actually, do I have 2 season 2 episodes? Might be a season 1 and a season 2. Anyway, I know one of them is an episode called Lucky Stiff, which had what's his face, the actor who played Squiggy in Laverne and Shirley. He was in it. It was like where he won the lottery or something. Literally haven't watched it since I bought that VHS tape, so. And that was probably a good 20 or more years ago. So. What's this? Bonehaver says, I always found it fascinating with the dragon, how the dragon myth is in multiple cultures before any of them interacted with each other. Dino bones, serpents, crocodiles, etc. is kind of why people believe it. That makes sense, yeah, because, I mean, dinosaurs were all over the world, so it makes sense they'd all kind of have their own take on it and their own mythology surrounding it. But, I mean, even though, yes, we kind of come to recognize all these mythologies as dragons, the mythology surrounding them with each culture is considerably different. Like, you look at Chinese dragons, for example, versus, you know, European dragons. Like, they're quite different. But, what was this? Ninkyo says the Friday the 13th TV series was also interesting, albeit quite the departure from the movies. Yes, I actually sat down and watched most of that all the way through for the first time quite recently. Yeah, it's a good old-fashioned antique shop full of cursed objects thing, you know? It's good. And Canadian. But yeah, that was a good one. Also known as Friday's Curse. I thought it had been syndicated under that title, but apparently not. Friday's Curse was only used for, I think, a single like movie compilation of a couple of episodes or something. Otherwise, it's always been Friday the 13th, the series. So, blatantly cashing in on the name and success of the movies, even though it had nothing to do with them. But, yeah, I like that one. It's good. I mean, it's one of those ones, like, when it's good, it's really good. Like, there's some genuinely good episodes in there, and some genuinely disturbing horror bits. You know, that was a great time for horror television because they were really pushing the boundaries at the time. War of the Worlds was another one, especially the first season of War of the Worlds. It's such a gory show. Especially for, what was it, 1987? Wasn't that came out originally? 87, 88? Yeah. Or was it 88? I think it was 88. Yeah, first season was 1988. Right, I just love how they all looked at those bones and said, holy crap, we gotta write about this in an extreme way. Yeah, that's right. Let's come up with the most far-fetched story we possibly can to explain these bones. Freddy's Nightmares wasn't half bad. I will watch that, or Tales from the Dark Side, or 80s Twilight Zone. Hell yeah. On a cold, rainy weekend afternoon, comfort viewing. Yeah, I mean, Freddy's Nightmares is very much a comfort show for me because it represents my first taste of freedom, actually, because I started watching it during the first season, and then in the middle of that was when I moved out to Selkirk and I was on my own for the first time. So, it was very much a part of that part of my life, and you know, I'll always appreciate it for that. But also, I just enjoyed it for what it was. You know, I mean, people. I don't know what people expect it to be. Like, I mean, nothing in that sort of genre of sort of character killer oriented things is going to be Shakespeare. You know, like it's not going to be on the same level as the Twilight Zone or anything. Like, just enjoy it for what it is. And is it cheesy? Yes, absolutely. And it's unashamedly so. Like, it's very self-aware of how cheesy it is. Like, it's not trying to be anything other than what it is, you know? So, yeah, I unironically love Freddy's Nightmares, and I've rewatched, well, the episodes I taped anyway, many, many times over the years. So, I need to sit down and watch the rest of it one of these days. Maybe we'll do some Discord screenings of that at some point. That is an idea I've been bouncing around for a while. So, it's just being 44 episodes, I've got to kind of figure out how do we want to structure that. I thought it would be kind of fun to do like an anthology horror night, like maybe once a week, and we could just do an episode of Freddy's Nightmares, and then, you know, maybe a Tales from the Dark Side, and Monsters, and Ray Bradbury Theater. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of different ones. There's some, like, short-lived, obscure ones, too. Like, I remember one called Dark Room, which was hosted by James Coburn, that only lasted, like, 10 episodes or so. But there's a really, like, high-quality set of it up on archive.org, which I think is taken from film prints, but very nice. I like that stuff. Yeah, I grew up watching a lot of those shows. You know, the 80s was a great time to be sort of getting into horror because there was just so much great stuff, and on television as well, you know, so. I was just thinking that, yeah, because it's basically a Mill Creek level release where they've crammed, it was 65 episodes, and they crammed 13 episodes per disc and put it all out as a 5-disc set. I mean, it's cheap, but it would be nice to get, you know, a higher quality set, maybe with like twice that number of discs. Then they would have a bit rate that allows the quality to breathe a little bit, especially since some of the earlier episodes were like solid half hours. They did not, you know, have they weren't like commercial television length, they're more like HBO length. So so they really tend to suffer having to cram all that many on a disc. But still great to be able to see those. I remember when those first few episodes originally aired, like it was before it went to full series. I think they just aired as specials. And maybe that was it. Maybe they showed them all in one night. I can't remember. But because I remembered the one with William Shatner with the playground. And I remembered the one about the robot duplicates. Like those two. Oh, and the other one, there was one with Nick Mancuso, The Crowd, I think it was. Where there's something about it. It's been so long since I watched them, but those three in particular, I remember those three because they aired well before it went to regular series. And then since I got the DVD set, I watched a bunch more. One of the ones I really like, one of the earlier episodes, is one of the Jeff Goldblum, where he gets off a train in a small town, and there's like hardly anybody there. And there's this one guy waiting at the train station, and it's like the town where nobody got off, I think is what it's called. And he decides on a whim to get off the train there, and it's great. It's just a very, very simple, very subtle, and in some ways very chilling. But a lot of just Jeff Goldblum being Jeff Goldblum in it as well. So that's a good one. I like that one a lot. You know the one I'm talking about, yeah. That one I've actually rewatched a few times because it's just fun. I don't want to say anything more about it because it's got a great twist in it, and we'll just leave it at that. But Halloween movies are good. You mean the Halloween movies or just Halloween movies in general? Yes. I would say the Halloween movies are a bit of a mixed bag. Some are definitely better than others, but yeah. You know, the physical media world is in danger. First Best Buy stopped carrying it, now Target. Thank goodness for Amazon and eBay and Walmart. Well, don't expect Walmart to hold out for much longer. And all the other websites and companies. Yeah, well, that's why I've been... well, I buy a lot through Amazon just because it's convenient, but also... I've been supporting a lot of the boutique labels directly in the past couple of years especially, because, well, they tend to offer vastly superior editions to whatever the studios put out. And they also offer a lot of stuff that nobody else would touch. So, it's very cool. Oh, 70s. Yeah, 70s TV horror. You're probably already aware, Kino Lorber has actually been stepping up there and putting out a lot of Dan Curtis stuff that has previously been unavailable, and on very nice Blu-ray editions. We might be talking about those in one of the upcoming updates, among other things that are related. But yeah. Yeah, I always liked Dan Curtis's stuff because it was like he kind of approached it production-wise in a similar way to BBC shows, like very low budget, shot on video, but great stories and great acting, you know, and I love that. I love that. There's a certain charm about those like low budget TV productions from the 70s, you know. It's just, I don't know, it's just something about them. I've been going down that rabbit hole. Yeah, I think I need one. There's one more that came out recently, his Gothic Tales or something. Yeah, and then I think I've got all of them like up to date. So when funds allow, I definitely plan to get up to date on those. I really like the ones I've looked at so far. I've skimmed through some of them, and one of the ones they did was Dan Curtis's Classic Monsters, which is a nice three-fer, where not only do you get Dracula with Jack Palance, but you also get Frankenstein, the one that I reviewed a few years back, with a whole bunch of extras too, which is very cool. And also includes The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, also with Jack Palance. So, all on Blu-ray. So, you get a nice little bump up in bitrate and quality there. So, very cool. But anyway, we'll talk about those when I get to them. The Dan Curtis stuff will actually be the final update. A little preview for you guys. Be the final update for the biggest update ever, biggest horror update ever. So I figured we'll go out with a bang. Well, perhaps we should begin. Recently able to snag Amazing Stories and Jim Henson's The Storyteller, sadly only on DVD, but still glad to have them in my collection. Yeah, there's been a few releases of those. I know that Umbrella has some of them. Actually, I think they have all of them. The only catch being their PAL format, which is the only reason I haven't picked them up. I'd rather have them either on Blu-ray or on NTSC DVD to match the original broadcast. Collected any of the Star Wars novels? Not very many. A handful. Some of the comic books, yes. Also, do you think they'll get the Universal Monsters back as a traditional horror series with their new revival they're doing? What new revival? I thought that was Dead in the Water. It seems like they gave up doing movies and made a theme park instead, which honestly looks amazing from what I've seen. But sadly, with the state of the United States right now, there's no fucking way I'm going to be visiting it anytime soon. Was I able to collect most of the Amityville films since... Well, I got the one that was missing from the original series. If you're asking if I got all the bajillions of Amityville films that are only, you know, name only and have nothing to do with the originals, no, I haven't got any of those. They're not as big an interest to me, but maybe someday. But I have all the ones that matter. In fact, the new one that I got was in one of the previous updates we did. One about ghost stories and haunted houses. It seemed appropriate. But yeah, I do have a few of the Star Wars comics. For me personally, I'm mostly interested in the older stuff. I'm not through any dislike of the newer movies or anything. I mean, I like pretty much everything, but for me, it's more about the nostalgia in some ways, like about the stories that I grew up with. So in terms of the comics, the ones I'm most interested in are ones that are either adaptations of the original movies or the old Marvel comics. I did pick up an epic collection of the Droids and Ewoks comics that Marvel put out in the 80s. Stuff like that. Sadly, I missed out on the epic collections of the original Marvel series. I'm hoping they reprint them or I find them for a decent price. And they've also got the newspaper strips and the UK comics. So I'd like to get all of those. But, yeah. Well, I wouldn't say just as a blanket term that they suck. I mean, you're talking about the Amityville films. I mean, there's some that are good, some that, you know, a lot that aren't. But no, I've got the main series, like the ones that are actually part of the main original canon. So there was only one film missing. I think it was the fifth one, some rights issue or something. But anyway, Vinegar Syndrome through Canadian International Pictures finally put out a Blu-ray of that. So I have the Scream Factory set of the original trilogy, and then I have the Cursed Collection, or whatever they called it, the Vinegar Syndrome put out, which has 4 of the 5 direct-to-video ones. And then I have the Amityville Curse, which was the last of those. I have not upgraded the Halloween set to 4K. I really have no need to, as far as I'm concerned. I can see, I can see one reason people would want to grab those is to get all the extras that were on all the old box set that you can't get anymore. But I mean, you know, I have the old box set. I'm fine with that for now. If they put out like a collection of all of the 4Ks, maybe. But I'm really not looking to double dip much right now. And it's just, I mean, it's like fucking 10 movies. Like, there's just too much to double dip on. If it was like 1 or 2, then sure, but it's just too much for me to double dip on. I got too much new stuff I want to get, you know? So, yeah. But anyway, stop asking me what I got. That's the whole point of the updates. Wait for the updates. Or go and watch the live streams of the past while if you want to see what we've done so far. Or just wait for the videos. I don't like sort of revealing in advance what I got. Like, that spoils the surprise, right? Like, I'll drop little hints and little previews once in a while, but you know, just be patient. They're coming. I got what I got, and you'll find out soon. Imprint. Yeah, Imprint is a good label. I picked up their Prisoner set, as you guys will know. I did do an update of that one. But, yeah, the Night Gallery, that's one that might be a temptation for me. Yeah, Imprint puts out some pretty good collections. I find they are quite pricey, though. Like, that Prisoner set was not cheap. But, I mean, it's like, I never have to buy the Prisoner ever again. It's a pretty definitive set. And yeah, it's funny you mentioned Roddy McDowall. I'm actually reading the original novel of Hell House right now. And of course, Roddy McDowall was in the movie adaptation, The Legend of Hell House. So, great to be finally reading the original book. I had actually forgotten that it was based on a book, and I just picked it up recently, so that's been my nighttime reading. Hope Imprint will put out the Columbo series and release all the great special features. Oh, they couldn't include. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. Huh. I was thinking of grabbing the Kino sets of those. The Curse collection, as it was, yeah. Yeah, well, all the ones since then, like all the Amityville ones since then, aren't official. They're all unofficial, because, I mean, you can't copyright the name of the town, right? So, there's a handful of them that I think are based on the original story. But the only one I saw that had anything to do with the original it was like a found footage one. It was kind of like a Paranormal Activity type of one. And I'm usually pretty forgiving of found footage movies because, you know, the acting is usually, you know, not great. But this one was especially awful. Like, there was just so many aspects of it that I thought were just terribly done. And, yeah. I didn't buy that one. It was on streaming. So yeah. So if I ever do get those, it'll probably be a limited selection of them. I'll get like the better ones, whatever they are. But it seems like they just put the Amityville name on anything nowadays. Maybe if I do a haunted house movie someday, I'll put Amityville in the title somewhere. Escape from Amityville. Yeah. The Amityville house. Yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong with some Richard Matheson, right? I need to pick up I Am Legend as well, because I've seen all the movies, but I've never read the book, and I gotta read the book. House is a phenomenal book, great Matheson stuff. More disturbing than the movie. That could warrant a decent remake. Great Gothic mansion set design. Yeah, for sure. The Mount Everest of haunted houses. Belasco House. Yeah. That was great. So, yeah, the part of I'm just right at the beginning. They just got to the house, and they're just kind of settling in at this point. And so far, it's basically one for one, pretty much identical to the movie. But, I mean, the movie gets pretty dark, too. I mean, they definitely go there as much as they could at the time. And that was early 70s, so, I mean, they were starting to push the envelope more, right? So, it made a good choice for a modern haunted house movie at the time. Mostly I collect horror more than anything else. Yeah, I think I've seen the found footage one a lot of years back. Yeah, it was I don't know, like 2014 I think it came out thereabouts. Yeah, there was another one, like not a found footage one, that came out recently that was more of a straight up, retelling of the original story, I think, or it was like a prequel or something. But it was supposed to be more connected to the original story. But, yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be back momentarily. Let's take a short break. I'm going to go rummage in the kitchen and see if there's something to eat. Maybe just make a peanut butter sandwich or something. And, and then we will return and actually get started with the updates. See what all the new stuff I got this time around is. Alright, see you soon, guys. Enjoy.
Train tracks, perfect. Scully?
What? Oh my god,
Oh, I'm so glad that actually had an impact. That was amazing.
I have to circle before.
You can relax now. Daddy's got you. Alright, so we got our picture, and I'm going to put it over on the other side as I'm talking.
Fucking Doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Pedler, Jerry Davis.
Sound like I said fucking Doctor.
Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. This one was
Frickin'
actually just
Doctor.
written by Kit Doctor. Frickin' Doctor.
Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor.
Bit of a suntan from it. It's 2,800 lumens, by the way. That's a lot of lumens.
It's like he was screaming from the far old. What did he die of, or from, or as a result of? On the plus side, hot deals on Pope mobiles. That's an odd place to go. Just how high are you right now? 88. Oh, wait a minute. That's the Pope's age, not the. I thought you answered that very quickly. I'm like, how high are you right now? 88. Hold on a second. Let me get back there. Where is he? I saw that.
I like the Gyro Blast.
Bam! Point blank. But it's not having any effect. Is it shift? No. Is it alt? No. Oh, it was. Oh my god. It's because the keyboard in front of me is for the other computer. Good old Ben's. So yeah, unfortunately, cosplayers can't use a big box of Uncle Ben's to do the joke at comic book cosplay events at comic book conventions in front of Spider-Man by showing them Uncle Ben and then filming them crying anymore. Yeah, they can't do that anymore. God, it's just nothing. Like, is that it? Do I just have to do everything myself? Like, seriously. Anybody can do clips. Anybody. Just clip the little... You just click the little clapper board, and you can make a clip. Anytime. I'm sure we'll be fine. I don't believe anyone would shoot us.
Church, knock it off, please. You're just like in a loop. Stop. Just stop. Lick your chops, that's fine. That's legit. Licking the cone is stupid. It doesn't do anything!
Fuck! Where did it go now? Wait a minute, I'm in zero gravity. Just chase it. There it is. Speaking of which, I'm hoping to make that the date that I release my Halloween special. And we're going to be doing Halloween all year this year because I've got so much catching up to do in the horror section. It seems like the best year to do it. So, yeah. Good times. I'll be considered a world authority on all things horror by this time next year. Save that clip, just in case I do in fact become considered an authority, a world authority on horror by this time next year. Just in case.
Well, that's how Brinsley got into you.
We got an audio log, that's good. Oh, something here. Oh!
Padme Amidala? A skilled diplomat, yes, but ultimately undone by sentiment. What good is diplomacy when faced with a lightsaber, Obi-Wan?
Vader, I farted.
Mandalorian, such displays of biological function are best kept to yourself. Or are you attempting to create a diversion?
Yeah, come here. Come here.
Display. What color am I? Hmm. I guess I'll be. Hmm. To hit the TV. There's a big screen.
What did TV do?
There's a big screen TV in here. I think this is a joke about the man cave thing. Like, this is all men need. And it's literally a sleeping bag on the floor, a lamp, a lawn chair, and then a big screen TV. And that's the entire furnishings of the room.
Wait, I want to see.
All men need, right here, folks. Well, and a bucket of chicken, you know, would be good too. So.
Oh my god, this is totally...
Right? They hit each other. So they're fighting. He's even looking like, do you believe this shit? It's like, dude, the guy's right here. It sounds like I just overemphasized to the point of farce. Originally. Everything else is said normal. You know, I watched that when it originally aired.
I'm gonna die. Stop.
Hey, folks, I think we have another Luke loses it clip.
It's just the fact that, like, whenever you talk about Twin Peaks, you just very simply say, I watched it when it originally aired, that's it.
It's just become this thing. Originally. What items can we sell?
They'll be highlighted in a yellow square. That means you can pick them up.
Okay.
We already have quota.
Okay. So what do we do now?
We go back to the thing.
Oh.
Sorry.
You just ran him over. Okay. Oh, we put it there. Ta-da! Tax return. Did you call him Chody? Chody. Oh my god. That was amazing. Best typo ever.
It's possible, yeah.
Yep. It's glitched. Nobody can get a lightsaber from Vader.
Oh shit.
That's so weird. Hey Vader, give us the stuff. It's anniversary.
Vader glitched. Oh well. That was a fun season when they did the Star Wars stuff. I enjoyed that. Alright. I think we're about ready to begin here, folks. Only 2.5 hours later. That's okay. We've been having some lovely conversation. I don't have any of the big Alfred Hitchcock box sets. Ron Paul was asking if I own any of the Alfred Hitchcock box sets. I would love to see a closer look at the Masterpiece Collection Limited Edition. Yeah, I definitely don't have that and will probably never have it. And hear your thoughts on it. I'm sure it's lovely. But I do not have it. I actually don't have a ton of Hitchcock stuff, unfortunately. That is something I hope to remedy one of these days. In what form that will be, I don't know. Oh, I need my water. Hold on a sec. Gotta refill the pitcher. Hold on a sec. I have done videos about what little Alfred Hitchcock stuff I do have in the past, but I haven't really picked up anything since. One day, it just wasn't what my focus was on during this particular binge of acquisitions. Because I've seen most of them. I wanted to focus on, you know, getting upgrades to some old favorites and getting a lot of stuff that was new. It's like, I forget who said the other day, there was a quote saying something along the lines of, I don't want to have a library full of books I've read. Which makes sense, you know, you want to have new things to experience. So for me, it was about focusing on specific genres and specific types of things and expanding those parts of my collection and broadening my horizons, experiencing a lot of stuff that I'd never seen before. So, so a large chunk of what I've picked up in this over the course of this update is stuff that's new to me, and I look forward to diving into all of it, which is one of the reasons I want to get the updates done, because a a lot of them I also want to do closer looks and unboxings of the box sets and such. So I haven't opened them yet. I've been a good boy and I've left them unopened so that I can save that for the video and, you know, do that with all of you fine folks. And we can all experience it for the first time together. Then I can start watching everything. And then I'll start doing reviews of stuff that I want to do reviews of. And so on and so forth. So, yeah, we should have our horror content sorted for the next several years, I think. If not indefinitely, because there's so much stuff, like just not just individual movies, but also all the box sets, some of which have, you know, might have 3 or 4 movies in them, might have 30 movies in them, you know, like some of these sets are pretty extensive. So let's get to them, shall we? We got a bunch to cover today. That looks good. Alright, which part are we on? Part 28. 28 parts. I'll have to double check the focus. I'm pretty sure it's okay, but we'll sort that before the next clip here. I just want to do my intro. Is this loose again? I'll fix it again if I need to. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 28 of the biggest horror update ever. Today we're going to be diving into a whole stack of box sets, what I like to call horror legends and auteurs of trash. Today, on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Alright, here's our intro. Let's give you guys some spooky sounds. Okay, so I've been using the Knight Rider 4K set as a focal point because it's got nice, easy to read text on the back. I am aware of the problems with this set, by the way. Specifically with the 2-part stories. So I might still try to track down that German set, which apparently has the original or the alternate 2-part versions, which have some additional footage or something like that. Or is it they have the feature? No, I think this just has the 2-part versions, which are the syndicated versions, which are missing some stuff. But all the other episodes are uncut. Like all the single episodes are fine. So if you want the movie versions of those 2-part stories, you got to get the German set. I got to check the Mill Creek set too. I can't remember which versions are on there. I think that might be the episodic versions too. I'll do the research before I do the closer look. And actually, looks like the focus is good. Excellent. Okay. Excellent. And the Masterpiece Collection is really the best love letter to Hitchcock anyone could ever want. eBay has for a good price. Yeah. I might look into that one. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, other things kind of have priority for me personally at the moment, but never say never. Is that a 4K set? It'd be nice to have. I know they did remasters of a bunch of Hitchcock's earlier films recently. A lot of stuff that I have on the old Mill Creek DVD collection, but in much better quality. Alrighty. Well, in this section, we're definitely going to be seeing how efficient we can be with the space, because these things are going to take up a lot of space. All box sets this time around, specifically what I like to call Horror Legends and Auteurs of Trash. Now, that said, it's not all trash per se, but a lot of these collections are of, shall we say, notable B-movie directors and producers and such, and you know, a lot of drive-in fare and whatnot that got just beautiful remasters from various boutique labels. So let's start off with one that I guess I probably should have included this one a few sections ago when we were talking about micro-budget stuff and DIY movies, that sort of thing, the really low budget, almost no budget stuff. Well, that's okay. This one can kind of fit in with the Auteurs of Trash. We have, from Indicator Films, Magic, Myth, and Mutilation, the micro-budget cinema of Michael J. Murphy. Now, I had never heard of Michael J. Murphy, but apparently he was quite big over in the UK, and did a whole bunch of, like, DIY, low budget, no budget stuff over the years, and this is just a massive be-all end-all definitive collection of them. Yeah, apparently a lot of Indicator fans who normally collect their titles weren't overly thrilled with this set because it's not the usual type of stuff that Indicator tends to carry. They tend to do more like, shall we say, higher end stuff. This is something you'd expect more from, like, you know, Vinegar Syndrome, or maybe Severin, or Terror Vision. Like, this would definitely fit right in with Terror Vision. But whatever. I love DIY stuff and micro-budget movies. So this is right up my alley. So I obviously had to get this set. So this is, yeah, 1967 to 2015, containing the complete surviving works of Britain's great unheralded DIY auteur. This definitive, individually numbered 10-disc Blu-ray set collects an astonishing half-century of creative output. I'm actually going to reread that one. Containing the complete surviving works of Britain's great unheralded... Fuck's sake. Containing the complete... Oh my god. We'll get there. Me. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. Okay, we're good. Containing the complete surviving works of Britain's great unheralded DIY auteur, this definitive, individually numbered 10-disc Blu-ray set collects an astonishing half-century of creative output. For the first time ever, these 26 films are presented newly restored and remastered using original film and tape materials held in the Murphy archive, and are accompanied by a wealth of bonus materials and a 120-page book. How cool is that? So, yeah, I mean, we just take a look at the back. Just a frickin' ocean of extras. And as for the films themselves, we got, well, if you take a look here, it's just a bunch of individual keep cases in a big old box. There you go. and it lists the movies on the top. All right, so let's go down the list, shall we? Tristan and Iseult, Happy Ever After, Secrets, Almost a Movie, The Cell, not the Jennifer Lopez one, Stay, Death in the Family, not the Batman story, Invitation to Hell, The Last Night, Quaylen, aka The Hereafter, Bloodstream, Tristan, aka The Legend, Tristan, aka Legend of a Hero, Death Run, Avalon, Moonchild, Torment, Atlantis, Second Sight, no relation to the boutique label, Road to Nowhere, The Rite of Spring, no relation to the Fantasia segment, Tristan, Roxy, Scare with a K, ZK3, Necros, Isle of the Dead, and The Return of Alan Strange. Yeah, so definitely looking forward to diving into this one. Got all kinds of stuff in here. Got outtakes, test footage. Mike gives us a tour of his home and studio from 2014. And Merlin's Cave, friends and collaborators salvage rare items and props from the director's home shortly after his death in 2015. Yeah, tons and tons of stuff. And as for what number we got, it's a limited edition of 6,000. I got number 1,587. Excellent. I don't feel like this one's exactly flying off the shelves, but like I said, I eat this stuff up. Like, I eat this stuff for breakfast, so I am absolutely delighted to have a collection like this of a filmmaker that I have hitherto known nothing about. So, very cool. Next up, a lot of these films, in fact, if not all of these films, I've had in various Mill Creek collections over the years. Just really, like, low-grade quality. We have The Criminal Acts of Todd Slaughter. Yes, Todd Slaughter, actor, director, and producer, I think, was in a whole bunch of films back in the golden age of Hollywood, 30s and 40s. A lot of horror stuff, a lot of sort of crime drama stuff and whatnot. And this is essentially a definitive collection of the best of them. So, what is it? Yeah, we have 8 films in here. 8 Blood and Thunder entertainments from 1935 to 1940. And I'm pretty sure all of these, I recognize all these titles are on some of my Mill Creek sets. But these, of course, are beautifully remastered from the original Nitrate film elements. I always, get a little nervous when I hear that it was from Nitrate film, because Nitrate film has a tendency to spontaneously burst into flames if not stored properly. So, so brand new restorations from 4K scans of the original Nitrate negatives by Powerhouse Films themselves. Powerhouse is the company that runs Indicator. So this is number 2032 of 6,000. And what do we got on here? We have Maria Martin, or The Murder in the Red Barn. Sweeney Todd, The Demon Barber of Fleet Street. Yes, long before the Johnny Depp one. The Crimes of Stephen Hawke. It's Never Too Late to Mend. The Ticket of Leave Man. Sexton Blake and the Hooded Terror. The Face at the Window. And Crimes at the Dark House. And as a little bonus, I'm guessing it was meant to be thrown in the box, but for whatever reason they didn't, or maybe it's because I got within a certain range of the limited edition. We actually got this, which is a replica of Todd Slaughter's business card. How cool is that? Todd Slaughter, at home now. Oh, I better give him a call. Grand Guignol. Yeah, he's all about that sort of classic, shock theater type of thing. Granville Theater, Walham Green. I'm guessing he did stage stuff as well. Gives you his old phone number, which I'm sure he's totally still there. Nightly at 7 p.m., Saturdays at 5 and 7:45. There you go. So be sure to swing by the Fulham Theatre and check out some Grand Guignol from Mr. Todd Slaughter himself. So I'll be adding that into the box once we do the closer look and unboxing. Now, next up, another sort of definitive filmography, this time from Arrow Films. And this guy is such a character. I've seen some interviews with him on YouTube and such, and it's like, wow, he just sounds like such a character, quite frankly. And I've heard nothing but good things about his films, so I had to pick this one up. We have Inside the Mind of Coffin Joe. Yes. So Coffin Joe was a character that was played by Zedo Kaizo, Brazilian director, actor, producer. I'll just read the back here so you get some idea of it. It's so difficult to like sort of pin Coffin Joe down to any one particular description. He was such a strange character. Cultural icon, anti-establishment statement, sadistic lord of carnival horror. With his iconic long fingernails, top hat, and cape, Zedo Kaizo, Coffin Joe, was the creation of Brazilian filmmaker Jose Mojica Marins, who wrote, directed, and starred in a series of outrageous movies from 1964 to 2008. So again, much like the Michael Murphy set, it's like a very comprehensive, collection spanning quite a lengthy career. An unholy undertaker in search of the perfect woman to propagate his bloodline, Coffin Joe made his screen debut with the first Brazilian-produced horror film, At Midnight, I'll Take Your Soul. 3 years later, his quest would continue in This Night, I'll Possess Your Corpse, with Zay embarking on an even more brutal campaign of terror, aided and abetted by his hunchbacked assistant. The Strange World of Coffin Joe, meanwhile, is an anthology of 3 short horror films featuring a strange doll maker, a necrophiliac balloon seller with a foot fetish, and a psychotic professor involved in sadistic rituals. Sex, perversion, and sadism abound in The Awakening of the Beast, as a psychiatrist experiments on 4 volunteers with LSD in this surreal examination of 60s drug culture. Diverging from horror towards satirical black comedy, The End of Man sees a naked stranger emerge from the sea to perform miracles in a nearby town and become a modern messiah whose deeds will affect the whole world. The rarely seen sequel, When the Gods Fall Asleep, continues this blackly comic trajectory as our messianic cult figure sets out to right wrongs, expose corruption, and end social unrest. The Strange Hostel of Naked Pleasures brings Zay de Kaizo back to the screen as the proprietor of an isolated guest house, where, on a dark and stormy night, an eclectic group of strangers seek shelter. Sounds like a nice little, fun little twist on the old dark house trope. In Hellish Flesh, Dr. George Medeiros is a brilliant scientist, but a neglectful husband whose wife takes a lover and plans to murder George for his fortune, but the doctor is only disfigured and returns with a plan for revenge. Meanwhile, in Hallucinations of a Deranged Mind, the colleagues of a psychiatric doctor, driven to insanity by nightmare visions of Coffin Joe, enlist the character's creator, Jose Mojica Marins, to convince the patient that Zay does not exist, but all is not as it seems. Ooh, that sounds kind of meta. I like that. Finally, in Embodiment of Evil, Marins returns to the role that made his name one last time, as Zay de Kaizo, I'm so butchering that, I'm so sorry, emerges onto the streets of Sao Paulo in 2008, haunted by ghostly visions and the spirits of past victims, and still in pursuit of the woman who can give him the perfect child. Newly restored from the best available elements and packed with new and archival extras, Inside the Mind of Coffin Joe is a love letter to one of the great iconoclasts of horror who forged his films in the face of military dictatorship and religious censorship to become Brazil's national boogeyman. So there we go. Inside the Mind of Coffin Joe. I've heard nothing but raves for this set and this creator and his just uniqueness. So yeah, you can find like talk show appearances and such with Coffin Joe on YouTube. and get an idea of just what an oddball character he was. So yeah, seeing some of those and hearing some of the folks on social media raving about his movies. I think I don't know if it was The Last Drive-In, like Joe Bob Briggs, or it was one of those types of things, like they do group watches and stuff, where they showed some Coffin Joe movies, and my socials just were ablaze with love for Coffin Joe, and I was like, okay. I had heard of the set, but I didn't know anything about it, but digging a little deeper, I was like, oh, this actually sounds like a lot of fun, and I love the whole idea of the sort of, you know, crazy carnival guy, you know. Next up, this is a wonderful collection of stuff, a lot of stuff that I remember from, you know, from the 80s and 90s. We have, what is this? Right, Charles Band. So this is a collection of films from Empire International Pictures, which was the company founded by Charles Band, a name you might know. Bam! Called Enter the Video Store. Called Enter the Video Store, Empire of Screams. And in this we have 5 films from Charles Band. A couple of which I have in previous editions, but this is a much nicer edition. So we have The Dungeon Master, which was essentially is kind of an anthology, but it's also got like a story. Computer programmer guy gets his girlfriend gets kidnapped by an evil sorcerer played by Richard Mole, and taken to another dimension. So he goes after her and has to survive several trials in order to be able to rescue his girlfriend from the evil demon sorcerer guy. And each of the trials is almost like a short film of its own. Each one is by a different director, so it does have kind of an anthology feel to it, but there's also a unifying story. It's so much fun. I actually first experienced it when I recorded it off just late night television. There was a bunch of movies being shown that night, some sci-fi stuff, one of which was The Alien Factor, which I've talked about before. And then it's funny, when I recorded The Alien Factor, I forgot that was the movie from when I was a kid. And when I watched it, I was like, oh my god, it's that movie. I never knew what it was called. And then The Dungeon Master was on there as well, under its alternate title of Rage War. The big deal about that is Rage War, even though it's the less cool title, is actually the better version of the movie, because it's actually the uncensored version. This includes that. Yeah, so we have from the 2K restoration from the original negative. I sit corrected. It actually has 3 different versions of the movie. It's got the U.S. theatrical version, which was The Dungeon Master, which I have on a very rotted Laserdisc. The pre-release version, Rage War, and the international version, Rage War, available via seamless branching. That's very cool. I wonder what all the differences are there. I look forward to diving into that. And then on Disc 2 we have Dolls, and then Disc 3 we have Cellar Dweller, Disc 4 we have Arena, and then Disc 5 we have Robot Jocks, which you may recall I picked up the Shout Factory release of that a while back. And Rosie and I actually did a father-daughter review of it, and great stuff. So, wonderful collection. I would love to see more. Like another set of these, because I mean Charles Band just did a ton. As far as I'm concerned, he was one of the kings of the VHS era, and put out so many great movies. So here's hoping we get another set like this at some point. When did this one come out anyway? Does it say? Yeah, I don't know. No idea. And I think there was a limited edition of this with a book or something. This is just a standard edition with, nice box and everything. So that's cool. But I'll just read the back here to you, just so you kind of get a little bit of an idea of, in case you haven't heard of Charles Band at Empire Films. Remember the shelves of your local video store? Those days aren't gone. Reject reality and substitute your own with Arrow Video. In 1983, entrepreneurial producer and director Charles Band founded Empire International Pictures, which would go on to make some of the most memorable and beloved genre movies of the 1980s. Empire became a mainstay of video stores across the world with their catchy titles, outlandish art, and band's wholehearted belief in giving audiences a good time. In The Dungeon Master, aka Rage War, computer programmer Paul Bradford is sucked into a fantasy world by Mystima, a demonic sorcerer in search of a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, fresh from the 1-2 punch of Reanimator and From Beyond, director Stuart Gordon takes a turn toward fairy tale gothic in Dolls, in which a group of strangers find themselves forced to seek shelter at the isolated home of an old toy maker and his wife, only to find that the puppets and dolls have a vicious life of their own. In Cellar Dweller, a comic book artist, Jeffrey Combs, speaking of Reanimator, with a penchant for the macabre, takes inspiration from an ancient tome and unleashes an ancient evil. Arena presents the ultimate fight night event, Man vs. Monster. In the far future of 4038, a short-order cook becomes the first human in 50 years to compete in an intergalactic boxing event on the far side of the universe. Finally, in Robot Jocks, Stuart Gordon directs Empire Pictures' most ambitious movie yet, as men and women pilot giant machines in gladiatorial battle to settle international disputes over territory. Restored for the digital era with a wealth of extras, these films have never looked better. No need for a time machine. These golden age video classics will send you back to the 80s. Yeah, I remember Robot Jocks also stars Gary Graham, who Alien Nation fans might know. He just passed away recently. Rest in peace. But in particular, the practical effects are really impressive in that. A mix of like rod puppets and stop motion animation. So these giant mechs beating the living tar out of each other in this apocalyptic wasteland. It's a lot of fun. There's a sort of sequel as well, Crash and Burn, which sadly I don't think does have a Blu-ray release yet, at least not that I've seen. So definitely keeping an eye out for that one. Next up, well, talk about a legend of B-movie trash. Look no further than, I couldn't remember his name. We'll start that over. Next up, talking about a legend of B-movie trash, you need look no further than this gentleman, Herschel Gordon Lewis. And this is the Herschel Gordon Lewis Feast from Arrow Video. Just an absolute cornucopia of fiendish delights. So we got quite a lot of movies on here. What all do we have here? Yeah, 14 movies. 14 of the Godfather of Gore's finest attractions, restored from the original and best surviving vault materials. And there you go. So, which movies do we have here? Does it say? Yes. So, disc 1, so we have Blood Feast, Scum of the Earth. We don't have descriptions of them, so you're off the hook. You don't have to listen to me babble about reading the back for too long. Blood Feast, Scum of the Earth, 2000 Maniacs, Moonshine Mountain, Color Me Blood Red, Something Weird, The Gruesome Twosome, A Taste of Blood, She-Devils on Wheels, Just for the Hell of It, How to Make a Doll, The Wizard of Gore, This Stuff Will Kill Ya, and The Gore Girls. There you go. So, yeah, definitely a mainstay of the drive-ins of the late 60s and early 70s. Can't go wrong with Herschel Gordon Lewis. And I don't know how many of these I've even seen. Like, I'm sure I've seen at least a couple of his movies before. Anyway, this will be a fun one to dive in, and as always, loaded with extras. Next up, some more drive-in fare. We have He Came from the Swamp, the William Grief Collection. Now, this is, I'm going in completely blind. I just picked it up based on, the quality of the other auteur sets that Arrow and some other people put out. And I'm always keen to explore the filmography of notable people in the genre. So this is completely new to me. So this one we have 7 feature films and a feature-length documentary. You can see on the back there, very nice. And this one I actually did manage to get the limited edition with the book. And it looks like I actually picked this up locally at good old Sunrise Records. Very cool. So this one has, yeah, so pretty short description on the back here. Sheer terror. Killer sharks and human jellyfish and living mummies. Oh my! Arrow Video is proud to present the first ever collection of works by William Wild Bill Grief, or is that Greffe? I think it's Greffe. The maverick filmmaker who braved the deep, dark depths of the Florida Everglades to deliver some of the most outrageous exploitation fare ever to go-go dance its way across the drive-in screens. Yeah, that's the other reason. I mean, you know, I'm big on, like, Swamp Thing and Man Thing and The Heap and just anything to do with the swamp. I don't know if I, like, lived in a swamp in a previous life or something, but I just have this real affinity for swamp stuff. So, I mean, you basically had me at He Came from the Swamp. And then hearing that it was all done in the Florida Everglades, like, the ultimate swamp. Perfect. Bringing together 7 of Greffe's most outlandish movies plus a feature... Bringing together 7 of Greffe's most outlandish movies plus a feature-length documentary on the filmmaker's career, He Came from the Swamp. The William Greffe collection packs in a menacing menagerie of demented jellyfish men, zombified witch doctors, homicidal hippies, and seductive matrons, not to mention the ubiquitous go-go dancing to create one of the most wildly entertaining box sets of all time. It includes a 60-page book, a whole bunch of stuff. So the movies are, we have Sting of Death, Death Curse of Tartu, The Hooked Generation, The Psychedelic Priest, The Naked Zoo, Mako, Jaws of Death, Whiskey Mountain, and then They Came from the Swamp, which is the aforementioned feature-length documentary. So, there we go. Very cool. Very nice collection indeed. So I look forward to diving into the swamp and experiencing the works of William Greffe. Next up, this is a set I absolutely had to get because, well, you know, The Giant Spider Invasion was a huge film for young me. Big gateway horror movie. Quite possibly one of the first movies I ever saw in the theater. I know it was. In fact, it was one of the first movies I ever saw in the theater. The only one I can think of that preceded it was a re-release of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And I'm pretty sure I saw The Giant Spider Invasion the same year, which means I would have been about 3. Well, since then, I've re-experienced The Giant Spider Invasion. I did do a review a while back. I picked up a really nice Blu-ray edition. And I've been wanting to explore more of the director, Bill Rabane's work. Well, look no further than Weird Wisconsin. The Bill Rabane collection. I wasn't sure if it had a fancy name. So this basically collects together a whole bunch of his other movies, as well as has a documentary about the man himself. Very cool. And once again, I managed to grab the limited edition, which has the booklet. Very nice. From the wilds of Wisconsin, he came. So, itchy. Alien Invasions, Haunted Pianos, Sentient Monster Trucks. Arrow Video is proud to present the first ever collection of the work. Alien Invasion, Haunted Pianos, Sentient Monster Trucks. Arrow Video is proud to present the first ever collection of works by Bill Rabane, the epitome of an independent regional filmmaker who built his own studio in the wilds of Wisconsin. He acted for Hitchcock, he searched for the arms of the Venus de Milo, he turned a VW Beetle into a giant spider, and he's still at work today. Bringing together 6 films, all new to Blu-ray and in brand new restorations, Weird Wisconsin, the Bill Rabane collection, packs in a mutant astronaut bothering blissful sunbathers, Monster a Go-Go, a contagion apocalypse as seen from the vantage point of a remote mountain cabin, Invasion from Inner Earth, deadly alien spores from the rocks of Mars, the Alpha Incident, rural gothic and outright horror, the Demons of Ludlow, an eccentric body count movie, The Game, and a comedy smash-em-up that pits 3 hillbilly stooges against a talking monster truck with artificial intelligence, Twister's Revenge. Loaded with new interviews and extras, this is an essential collection of features from one of America's most tenacious outsider auteurs. So, limited edition contents, we got 6 Bill Rabane films, all newly restored from the... Fuck. We hit the half-hour mark. going. Almost made it. Limited edition contents, 6 Bill Rebane films, all newly restored from the best surviving film elements, and newly commissioned feature-length documentary, Who is Bill Rebane? Featuring interviews with critics, filmmakers, cast, and crew. And there you go. Quite a pile of stuff, for sure. So definitely looking forward to diving into that and experiencing some of the other works of Bill Rebane, having only really experienced his Giant Spider Invasion movie. And that Blu-ray I got, I think I talked about it a while back, is awesome. It's got like hours of special features. They even go into the backwoods of his like behind his house where the remains of the giant spider were, and they take a look at that. And it's all like in disrepair and falling apart by now, but pretty neat stuff. Next up, another set from Arrow. Did not manage to get the limited edition of this. Got the, or maybe, I mean, I don't even know. Some of these might not have had limited editions. Maybe this did. I don't know. Anyway, I mainly just wanted the movies anyway. We have, I can't see behind the thing. We have Cold War Creatures from Sam Katzman. I think it says 4 films from Sam Katzman on the back there. So once again, a creator that I'm not particularly familiar with, but wanting to broaden my horizons and really liking these sort of, director sets or producer sets, whatever. Really want to check this one out as well. So we have 4 films here. We've got Creature with the Atom Brain, The Werewolf, Zombies of Moratau, and it's as big as a battleship, apparently, The Giant Claw. I mean, yeah. I mean, we've got a werewolf movie in there. You know, I'm always saying we need more werewolf movies. And The Giant Claw is just a freaking legendary movie. So I needed to get that. So, zombies, werewolves, atomic mutation, intergalactic avians. Let this quartet of classic terrors take you back to the golden age of B-movie monsters. A mob boss hires an ex-Nazi scientist to reanimate his dead thugs in Creature with the Atom Brain. An auto accident survivor is used as an experimental subject to create a vaccine for nuclear fallout, with hair-raising side effects in The Werewolf. Treasure hunters get more than they bargained for in the search for a cargo of diamonds that went down with a sunken ship when they discover the zombified crew members are guarding the loot in Zombies of Moratau. Meanwhile, an enormous bird from outer space descends to chow down on the people of planet Earth in The Giant Claw. There you go. Very cool. So that definitely is a welcome addition of cheese. Where are these from? These are like from the 50s, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's all the sort of post-war, atomic age radiation causing everything to go wrong and mutate era. There was a lot of films that kind of followed that trope. Let's move these over here. And we'll get another stack going. Oh, we're not done yet. So next up we got a couple from Severin Films. Now, this, I believe, was their first sort of big auteur collection that they put out. And it was quite limited. And I don't think they ever put out a non-limited version of it either. So it came and went so fast, I missed out on it and had to pay a pretty penny on the aftermarket. I found a Canadian seller, though, who had one that was used, but in perfect brand new condition. You ready for this? Now, this is truly one of the legends of B-movie trash. We have Al Adamson, The Masterpiece Collection. man, this is definitely a holy grail item, and I couldn't believe I actually found it. And yeah, didn't have to give away too many vital organs to get it. Look at how many freaking movies are in this set. This is ridiculous. But as we looked at some of Severin's other sets, they haven't done as many of the sort of like auteur collections like this, but they have done a lot of similarly sized collections under various themes. Like, for example, the All the Haunts Be Ours, the folk horror collections. Those would be comparable to this. And there's also a couple of Emmanuel sets that came out recently. Those would be comparable to this. And all of those have, between 15 and 20-something films. This has 32. 32 films and a documentary. So, here we go. For the first time ever, experience the complete legacy of writer, producer, director Al Adamson with 30 remastered films. Sorry, 30 films? It says 32. Anyway, I think they're counting the documentary as a feature film. 30 remastered films on 14 discs. 30 remastered films on 14 discs, including the award-winning documentary Blood and Flesh, plus trailers, featurettes, commentaries, a 126-page book, and more, that span a wild beyond belief world of bloody brains, vicious cowboys, naughty nurses, decrepit actors, sexy stewardesses, mad scientists, brutal bikers, blaxploitation mayhem, kung fu killers, and scenes so sick the movies could never show them before. I should mention also this does include revised disc 8. I'm guessing they had a problem with one of the discs. So this is not only complete, not only in perfect condition, but also includes the corrected disc. Now, what movies are on here? Well, Blood and Flesh, the documentary, the real life and ghastly death of Al Adamson. Then, we have The Female Bunch, Psycho A Go-Go, The Fiend with the Electronic Brain, Blood of Ghastly Horrors, which says human zombies rise from their coffins as living corpses, 5 Bloody Graves, Halfway to Hell, Horror of the Blood Monsters, Blood of Dracula's Castle, also playing Dracula's Castle, The Fakers, blasting open the mob's biggest racket, Hell's Bloody Devils, Dracula vs. Frankenstein, that one I've seen, Brain of Blood, I've also seen that one, 2 of my favorites right there, especially Brain of Blood, that's like a long-time favorite of mine. Satan's Sadists, Angels Wild Women, The Naughty Stewardesses, Blazing Stewardesses, Girls for Rent, plus Nurses for Sale, Jesse's Girls, Jesse's Girls, Black Heat, Death Dimension, Mean Mother, Uncle Tom's Cabin, The Dynamite Brothers, Black Samurai, School's Out at Sunset Cove, Cinderella 2000, Nurse Sherry, Carnival Magic, and Lost. Whew, that's going to take a while to go through all that. But, damn. Because I remember just looking at some of the extras for the other Al Adamson films that I've seen, like Dracula vs. Frankenstein and Brain of Blood, they would show clips from some of the others, and it got me really curious about the rest of his filmography. And, I mean, this guy was the king of the drive-in. Like, he was right up there with the best of them. So, I love that stuff, and have been wanting to experience more. And what better set to do so than this incredible mega set from Severin Films. Alright, next up we have another one from Severin Films, namely The Dungeon of Andy Milligan. Yes, another drive-in auteur. And here we go. Very nice box. I managed to get this one new. So, let's see. So this one has 14 films. So, he's been described as the Fassbinder of 42nd Street, a celebration of hate, and an unmatched voice from the underbelly of low-budget cinema. More than a quarter century after his death, he remains perhaps the most divisive name in genre history. Severin Films now presents the cranium-cleaving collection devoted to writer, actor, director Andy Milligan, a gay sadist who pioneered New York's avant-garde theater world and made astonishingly unique exploitation movies, according to Diabolique magazine. On 8 Blu-rays featuring 14 surviving films from his New York City and London years, 10 plus hours of trailers, outtakes, interviews, and audio commentaries, a bonus CD, and an all-new 128-page book by Stephen Thrower that explores the profane madness behind it all. From his provocative underground work through his international scuzz horror classics, experience the venomous legacy of the filmmaker Time magazine calls depraved, degenerate, desperate, damned, like never before. So, the movies we have, you might recognize some of these titles actually. The Ghastly Ones, The Rats Are Coming, The Werewolves Are Here, Vapors, The Body Beneath, Torture Dungeon, Nightbirds, The Man with Two Heads, Legacy of Blood, Bloodthirsty Butchers, Seeds, Guru, the Mad Monk, Blood, it's literally just called Blood, Flesh Pot of 42nd Street, Flesh Pot on 42nd Street, and Carnage. Well, that sounds fabulous. Can't wait to dive into that. Now, there is one more set that Severin put out called The Incredibly Strange Worlds of Ray Dennis Steckler. I have not picked that one up yet. It is on my radar. I will probably pick it up at some point in the foreseeable future. Now, next up, enough trash. Let's get classy again, shall we? Wow. I got a couple of classy sets here. Now, first off, you might remember I picked up the first volume of this collection a while back, and one of the reasons I got it was because it had one of my old favorite gothic horrors, The Torture Chamber of Dr. Sadism, newly restored from recently discovered film elements. Now, I bought 2 sets from Severin that had that movie in it. The previous one was the Hemisphere Films collection, which at the time, The Torture Chamber of Dr. Sadism was thought to only exist as 16mm collector prints. So the version on that is not the greatest quality, but it was thought to be the best available at the time. But in addition to that, that Hemisphere set introduced me to the works of Al Adamson because it also included Brain of Blood. And I realized I had actually seen Brain of Blood many years earlier on an episode. Well, I think I had seen it. I talked about this at the time because I reviewed the movie, but I had seen it at some point on television or rented it or something, and then I had seen it again on an episode of Elvira's movie Macabre. So anyway, long story short, has nothing to do with this next set, but it kind of ties into the Al Adamson part of it. Welcome to my ADHD brain. Sometimes we go on tangents. So anyway, the Torture Chamber of Dr. Sadism, 6 Degrees of the Torture Chamber of Dr. Sadism. So it led me to Al Adamson, and it also led me to other works by the legend. But it also led me to explore other gothic horror beyond, the Universal Monsters and the Hammer stuff and whatnot. So, yeah, anyway, I picked up the Eurocrypt of Christopher Lee, Volume 1, which had the remastered Torture Chamber of Dr. Sadism and a whole pile of other cool stuff. Well, they put out a second volume. Yeah, how's that for a long-winded, rambly lead-in? So, of course, had to get the second volume. So this has even more rarities from the long and illustrious and widely varied career of Christopher Lee. So what does this one have? So we have, I think, 5 movies. Yeah, 5 movies. So, to celebrate the centennial of Sir Christopher Lee, Eurocrypt Collection 2 presents 5 of the most unexpected, underrated, and underseen films of the iconic actor's European career. Immediately following Horror of Dracula, Lee reprised the role in the quirky 1959 Italian comedy Uncle Was a Vampire. Lee speaks fluent German opposite Klaus Kinski. Hi, Church. What you doing? For the crazed 1962 krimi, The Secret of the Red Orchid. In the 1973 UK psycho thriller Dark Places, Lee toplines a cast that includes Joan Collins, Herbert Lom, and Jane Birkin. Lee's final performance as the Count in Lee's final performance as the Count in the 1976 French comedy Dracula and Son can at last be seen in its superior director's cut, while the ultra-rare 1988 Dutch drama Murder Story brings Lee into the sex shops of Amsterdam. Each film has been remastered from original negative materials with over 15 total hours of trailers, commentaries, alternate cuts, vintage interviews, and new featurettes, plus the Dracula and Son soundtrack and an all-new 100-page book by Lee biographer Jonathan Rigby. Yeah, so I mean, if you have the first set, you probably want to get the second set as well. And I should mention, if you're at all curious, just give me 1 second. Oh my god, am I even going to be able to reach it? Hold on. Sorry. Very precarious. If you want to see how it'll look on your shelf next to the other one, is this the right way? No. There we go. As you can see, the first set was a little thicker. It has it was a 9-disc set. Yeah, 8 Blu-rays plus 1 CD, and this one is 6 Blu-rays plus 1 CD. This also has it has 5 movies and a TV series, so a few more discs required there. Anyway, let me set that one aside. So yeah, very nice to have a second collection. So the following year, I was wondering, like, are they going to put out a third volume? No, they did not. But what they did do was put together a collection featuring Christopher Lee's best friend, Peter Cushing, with Cushing Curiosities. Check that out. Very nice. So this is very similar to the Christopher Lee collection in that it's a set of very rare stuff from Peter Cushing's equally wide, varied, and illustrious career. So let's see what we have here. Peter Cushing is an instantly recognizable screen persona. His name on a cast list is a constant and reassuring guarantee of quality. The Independent. From Hammer films to Star Wars, he remains one of genre film's best-loved actors. Now celebrate 6 of the most unexpected, rarely seen, and decidedly curious performances from the legendary career of Peter Cushing. Cushing delivers a rare villain turn in the 1960 aviation thriller Cone of Silence. That same year, Cushing brought gentle dignity to the Bolting brothers' Cold War drama Suspect. In 1962's The Man Who Finally Died, Cushing co-stars opposite Stanley Baker as a former Nazi hiding a grave post-war secret. I remember there was, he did an episode of the Hammer House of Horror that was kind of along those lines. He was actually a Nazi war criminal in hiding. Cushing returns to his iconic role of Sherlock Holmes in these 6 surviving episodes of the 1968 BBC TV series. That's always cool to see. Get those BBC rarities after they erased like so much of their library in the early 70s. The oft-maligned 1971 shocker Bloodsuckers can now be reassessed for the first time in its restored extended version. And Cushing portrays a vampire for the first and only time in 1974's off-the-wall erotic comedy Tender Dracula, premiering here in its director's cut. Each disc has been mastered from original Vault Elements with over 16 total hours of trailers, commentaries, vintage interviews, location features, and more, plus the all-new 200-page book, Peter Cushing, A Portrait in 6 Sketches, by award-winning horror film historian Jonathan Rigby. There you go, Cushing Curiosities, a very nice and welcome companion to the Christopher Lee collections. Whew! That was quite a stack of stuff. But we are not even close to done yet, folks. Let's see. You've been getting horrible glare this whole time? My apologies. There, is that a little better? Maybe I can cut and paste that into the side. Nah, I won't bother. Anyway. Yeah, so what's next? What could possibly be next after all of this? Well, quite a bit, actually. So let's get to it. What's next? Stay tuned and find out. Now we gotta figure out how we're gonna do the thumbnail. Well, actually, I could probably put all the arrow stuff on one side, and then I'll put the other stuff on the other side. The 4 Severin sets and the 2 indicators. That works. Yeah, I seem to recall it was he was this fell victim to foul play in the end, Al Adamson. So yeah, interesting. I'm sure the documentary covers that. What? You might want to check the timestamps there, Vermin. I think that was like 3 hours ago that he said that. I don't even see it on my stream, on my chat replay. So I don't even remember what it was. Anyway, let's sort these out here and we'll do the... yeah, so we'll do these ones here. Okay. That is a big chunk that's going straight to the closer look pile. Let's see here. Oh yeah, no, that's okay. I think just need to turn these a little bit. Yeah, actually, no, that looks fine. Okay, good. am I going to put these? Yeah. Indeed, he said, while saying, indeed. I mean, I guess I can put some of these on the shelf over here. That's not even gonna work. No, that's not gonna work. Not gonna work. None gonna work. None working. Hold on. We'll go the other way. Oh, right. I just looked on the floor, there's more box sets. I'm like, what? I realized they weren't part of this set collection. They're like other box sets. Oh, okay. So. Over here. And I'll probably read the backs of the boxes again when we do the closer look. Enjoy that when it happens. Okay. Good. Well, that's a big freaking stack done. Holy shit. Those are some pretty major sets. When the price is right, well, bear in mind a lot of these are limited releases, right? They tend not to go down in price, but rather up. So you want to look for sales from the boutique labels themselves. Don't wait for Amazon. Go actually to the Severin website or to the Arrow website or whatever. Buy directly from them, because they often have sales, and sometimes those box sets will be discounted. Like I think I got a few of them discounted, as I recall, like from sales at the time. So. But yeah, if you just go on the open market like Amazon and eBay, they tend to charge more than the actual like main sites do. So always try to buy direct whenever you can. A, you tend to get more goodies when you buy directly from the websites, and B, you tend to save some money too, because they usually have pretty good sales. Well, sometimes. So that's what I've been doing. That's been my experience anyway. That I've got much better deals shopping direct from the boutique labels. So now I think I will take a short break. That was quite a lengthy one. That was almost an hour long. And then we'll jump into the next one, which I think actually this would be a good lead-in. Slightly smaller one. Well, kind of. It's still box sets of movies, but they're not massive ones like the ones we just did. Give the voice a bit of a break. I should change the title of that dono goal. We need to pay the rent. That's the goal right now. Rent is the goal. Alright, I'm going to take a short break. See ya in a few. Enjoy the same old clips again.
I got to thinking
Next
about
up,
Spawn.
more of the same.
But not right away. No, I
This
took a
is
drag
big
and a
time
stray ember
television.
flew off the cigarette and landed on my spacesuit, but it like, went out instantly. But then, of course, my brain immediately went to, oh my god, what if this one is one of those like cheaply made, highly, instantly flammable materials? And so then I just, of course, picture myself suddenly being engulfed in flames, not able to touch the zipper because it's red hot, and just basically having it melting to me until I'm a, burned husk of a man and get obviously sent to hell. So naturally, I would make a deal with Malbolgia and become a Hellspawn. Ergo, I was thinking about Spawn. So anyway, I pre-ordered that special 4K edition of Spawn, the movie that Arrow's putting out. Yeah, didn't want to miss out on that. Always different shit happening in life. Yes, such is life. You finish dealing with one type of shit, and then another type of shit comes along that you have to deal with. Sometimes the various types of shit overlap, and you just have to juggle two types of shit at once, trying to deal with all of this shit. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Allegory and stuff. The Matrix isn't what it wants you to think it is. The Matrix is the control the media has over you. It's easier to break free than you think. They only want you to believe it's hard. We got an audio log, that's good. Oh, something here. Oh.
What are those?
It's the anniversary this year for the movie, so I don't know if you know this. This might blow your mind, folks, but technically, for anything that has ever existed, from the time of its inception until the end of time, every single year is an anniversary. I am zoning. La 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 la. I am zoning. La 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 la. I am zoning. La 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 la. I am zoning. 44.1. CHFI, Toronto's best rock. For easy listening, and women specifically. Yeah. And now, Barry White, followed by Barry Manilow, and then Barry Gibb. Thankful. Okay.
That's a favorite clip. Reminiscent, and where that came from was there was a radio station that my mother used to listen to, 98.1 CHFI. And my brother and I were quite amused looking at a list of radio stations. This is in Toronto. Looking at a list of Toronto radio stations and how it defined the type of music that they played. And 98.1 CHFI was listed as female-oriented rock. And that just amused us to no end, because we liked a lot of it and didn't think it was particularly, women-focused, but I could see that. A lot of love songs and stuff like that. But, yeah, whatever. The sort of typical tropey stuff. So you got so Ron Paul says, I got lucky back in 2017 with the Halloween 15-disc Blu-ray box set for $97. Very nice. I think that's not much more than what it went for originally. Probably a little less, actually. I don't remember what I paid for mine. It was regular price. I got it when it came out, so I was lucky in that respect. But I'm sure it was more than $97. And then I threw it on the floor and broke all the cases. But one of my viewers had an extra set. Well, didn't have an extra set, but he didn't want to keep the cases. I guess he just wanted the discs. He wasn't keeping the packaging, so he sent me all of his cases. He was just keeping the discs in a binder or something. He didn't care about the packaging, so he sent me all of the cases for all 10, cases. So that was cool. And then I promptly dropped it on the floor again, but did not damage the cases. I just damaged the box. So, yeah, all in the name of content. It was for a bit in my closer look where I was talking about it. What we do for the content sometimes. Yeah, I don't think I would do that again. I learned my lesson, but it made for an amusing clip anyway. Anyway, next up, I think we're gonna do some classic horror. Got a whole bunch of stuff, mostly 30s and 40s, and some 60s stuff as well. Sort of getting into, getting into the gothic horror. So we're gonna dive into that with a stack of sets here, and then I've got even more after that. The gothic horror is going to be a few sections, because we haven't even looked at the Hammer stuff yet, and I have got 2 ginormous stacks of Hammer stuff to go through, a lot of which are upgrades of sets that I had previously, or titles that I had previously, and the others are what's that one on the bottom? I gotta see what that one is. And then the other, I think I know what that one is. Yeah, I know what that one is. Do I know what that one is? Hold on, let me see what that one is. Hold on a second. Seeing some stuff here. It's actually 2. I thought it was 1 set. It's actually 2. Yeah, I see. Okay, cool. Anyway. Oh. Yeah, there's been a lot of great releases of Hammer titles over the past, just over the past few years. even above and beyond the ones that that I've already done videos about, you know, so yeah, so we'll do that, and then we'll separately keep those on their own. Okay. Hey Vermin, are you still there? Are you alive? He came in, chastised JL about something, and left. You already watched that. I feel like that is not correctly centered. I think it's fine for that video, but... I don't know. Yeah. Let me just check something here. Yeah, I think that's about right. There, now it's centered. Just have to move this guy over a smidge. There we go. 29 parts later, we finally get the positioning of everything right. Okay. Yeah, you guys can see everything nicely, I think. Nicely. Okay. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 29. Almost 30. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 29 of the biggest horror update ever. This time around, we dive into some classic horror, mostly from the 30s and 40s, some stuff from the 60s and 70s, but all awesome additions that I've had my eye on for a long time, and I'm really glad to finally have them in the collection. So let's not waste any time. We've got a lot to cover today on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Are we no, we're not recording. Hold on. Are we recording? Here we go. Okay. angle this slightly. I feel like it's better when it's slightly askew. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, next up, we have some long overdue additions and some very welcome upgrades to the classic horror collection, and also starting to dip our toes into some gothic horror, which will be essentially dominating several of the remaining sections. But we're just gonna get our feet wet this time around. So first up, an upgrade that I'm very excited about because I love this film. I really need to sit down and read the book. I think I'm going to make a point of doing that. Read the book before I do a rewatch of the film. We have the classic from Todd Browning, The Old Dark House. No beds. No beds. Have a potato. You know how much I love this movie. And it was one that I discovered for the first time only a few years ago. And just immediately fell in love with it. So many classic horror movie tropes come from this film specifically. And it's great to have this ultimate edition from Eureka Films, the Masters of Cinema collection, available in 4K for, I believe, the first time ever. So, yeah, this is terrific. Based on the novel Benighted, it's the classic trope of, weary travelers on a stormy night find themselves going to, seeking shelter in an old dark house, and it's inhabited by a very strange, quirky family, and it's all the various goings on there. So I've reviewed this before, so if you want to check out my thoughts on the film, you can check out the review. So this... yeah, this is fantastic. I mean, it's just great to finally have it in 4K. And I said Todd Browning, didn't I? It's James Whale. The other notable director from the era. You know what? The magic of editing. Legendary horror director James Whale's The Old Dark House. There you go. The error has been fixed. This is why you come to the live streams. You get to see all my fuck-ups and how I hide them through clever editing and retakes. To make myself look smarter than I am. So, I remember one of the big deals, well, it's not really a big deal, more of a nitpick, but for completion's sake, the edition of The Old Dark House that I got was missing the opening title card, which advised people that the brute character of, I forget what his name is, it's been so long since I watched this, Morgan, that's right, the brute character Morgan is played by Boris Karloff. And they say, oh, you might not recognize him because he's such an amazing actor. And it's this whole big disclaimer they had at the beginning. Because I think around the time this came out, 1932, it was the year after he had done Frankenstein. And of course, his career just exploded at that point. And so they're saying, oh, it just shows what a versatile actor he is. He's playing a very different character here, so you might not recognize him, but it is him. And then, of course, the following year he did The Mummy, and even more famous there. But I freaking love this movie so much. You got Boris Karloff, you got Charles Laughton, Ernest Thesiger. Speaking of Frankenstein, he was in Bride of Frankenstein. And produced by Carl Laemmle, who of course went on to do many of the Universal monster movies. So great stuff to have this lovely edition from Masters of Cinema. In Ultra HD. Yeah, so I definitely look forward to revisiting The Old Dark House, and I'll bring some potatoes just in case. Next up, from Kino Lorber, we have the Republic Horror. Next up, from Kino Lorber, we have the Republic Pictures Horror Collection. Yes, Universal wasn't the only game in town back in the olden days. There were other studios, and they were also doing horror films. So these are from 1944 to 1946. So these are probably might be a little less well known, so I'll read the back here to you. It says, These four acclaimed chillers from Republic Pictures are guaranteed to put a tingle down your spine and a smile on your face. The Lady and the Monster from 1944. Eric von Stroheim plays a mad scientist bent on keeping the brain of millionaire William Donovan alive after he removes it from Donovan's dying body. His assistant, Richard Arlen, serves as host for Donovan's brain impulses. The lady of the title, Vera Ralston, fights against the monstrous experiment. Oh my god, that sounds very much like Brain of Blood, but I'm sure considerably less gory and trashy. So, very cool. Might have to double bill that one with Brain of Blood. The Phantom Speaks for 1945. The vengeful spirit of an executed murderer, Tom Powers, enters the body of a physician, Stanley Ridges, and forces him to do its bidding, namely, murder. A newspaper man, Richard Arlen, once again, must unravel the bloody supernatural secret before it's too late. Then in The Catman of Paris, 1946, after a mysterious cat-like creature slaughters people close to him, Parisian Charles Renier, played by Carl Esmond, is suspected of murder. Charles fears that he is the beast, but his paramour Marie, Lenore Albert, and best friend Henry, Douglas Dumbrill, believe he's innocent, until the Catman begins to stalk Marie. Dun dun dun. And finally, Valley of the Zombies from 1946. Long dead madman Ormond Merks, played by Ian Keith, once believed that endless blood transfusions would make him immortal. Now resurrected via voodoo, he stalks the city for human blood. A woman, Adrian Booth, falls under Ormond's hypnotic, vampiric spell. There you go. And take a look at the back there. You got screenshots from all four of them. Very nice. It looks like this was another one I picked up from Sunrise Records. I recognize that price sticker. So, very cool. I mean, just a nice little collection of four, rare Golden Age horror movies. I can't get enough of them, so bring them on. Let's have some more like that, Kino. Come on, let's get to it. I'm just going to set aside for a moment. I have these all the wrong way around. Now, I've had my eye on these next 6 sets for quite some time. Thankfully, Scream Factory, I guess, had an extended license, so they've remained in print and remained available all this time, and I was able to get them without too much fuss or muss. But as you know, I'm a huge fan of the old Universal Monsters movies. I've had a few different collections of them over the years, the DVD sets, later the Blu-ray sets. I've done videos about all of them. Well, the Universal Monsters are not the only Universal horror films. Oh no, they were the studio for horror films back in the day, and they put out so many outside of their more famous monster movies. And Shout Factory put together a lovely collection of a bunch of them. So here we have the Universal Horror Collection Volume 1, which has 4 movies from the good old days. So here we have The Black Cat, The Raven. That's not the one that has Vincent Price and everybody in it. It's a different version of The Raven. The Invisible Ray and Black Friday. So all 4 of these star Universal Horror legends Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi. Yeah, very cool. So let's see. Yeah, horror icons Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi created some of the most memorable characters in cinematic history. Their iconic performances as Dracula and Frankenstein's monster terrified a generation of moviegoers, and when these two legendary actors came together for a series of films in the 1930s, audiences could not get enough. This collection includes The Black Cat, The Raven, The Invisible Ray, and Black Friday. Okay, not too informative on the copy there, but anyway, great to have some more of Boris and Bela. Can just never get enough of those two. They're great, especially whenever they got to work together, because they were just fantastic. Then we have Volume 2 of the Universal Horror Collection, and I should mention I did manage to get the slip boxes with all 6 volumes, so everything is fully complete, brand new, factory sealed. So here we have a collection. Yeah. So as near as I can figure, each one is. So basically, what Shout Factory did. Oh my God, Scream Factory. So what Scream Factory did with all of these collections was, rather than put them all out in sort of chronological order, they themed each set. So they would have 4 movies that were kind of loosely connected thematically. So in this case, we have a collection of mad doctors and murderous fiends. Undertake 4 tales of terror from the archives of Universal Pictures, the home of classic horror. This collection includes such horror stars as Lionel Atwill, George Zucco, David Bruce, and Evelyn Ankers. A maniacal hunter and collector of wild animals uses them to dispose of rivals and enemies in Murders in the Zoo. An unhinged scientist flees the San Francisco police and continues his bizarre experiments on a remote tropical island in The Mad Doctor of Market Street. A mysterious avenger is murdering acquitted criminals while dabbling in brain transplants in The Strange Case of Dr. RX. And a doctor's experiments with nerve gas turn his assistant into a grave-robbing freak in The Mad Ghoul. And there you go. You can get a look at the back. And very nice indeed. I do love how these all line up. And also, they're also very similar. Also. And I'm sure this is very intentional on this part. Holy fuck. And I'm sure this is very intentional on their part. Being in the slip boxes with the keep cases inside, they line up very, very nicely with the Universal Monsters collection that Universal themselves put out, which were put out in a similar format. In fact, I think they line up almost perfectly. So I feel like there was some very intentional design there, of which I wholeheartedly approve. Next up, we have Volume 3 of the Universal Horror Collection. Get ready for more thrills and chills. Volume 3 of the Universal Horror Collection includes 4 tales of terror from the archives of Universal. And his mouth turned to gelatin. Get ready for more thrills and chills. Volume 3 of the Universal Horror Collection includes 4 tales of terror from the archives of Universal Pictures, the true home of classic horror. This collection includes such horror stars as Boris Karloff, Bela Lugosi, Vincent Price, Lon Chaney Jr., and Basil Rathbone. A ruthless king rises to power with the help of his mad and murderous executioner in Tower of London. A mad scientist transforms a carnival performer into a murderous monster in Man-Made Monster. In The Black Cat, a group of greedy heirs find themselves stuck in a creepy mansion where, one by one, people turn up dead. Oh, it's one of those, I'm going to kill all the other people so I get more of the inheritance tropes. Gotta love those. And finally, what started out as a treasure-making scheme ends up deadly for a group of people stuck in a haunted castle with a killer known as the Phantom in Horror Island. So a couple stuck in a castle with a murderer or murderers. And there we go. Very nice. Okay, so halfway. Oh, I got all of them. Rest assured, I wasn't going to leave a single horror stone unturned. We have the Universal Horror Collection Volume 4. So this one, get ready for more thrills and chills again. Volume 4 of the Universal Horror Collection includes 4 tales of terror from the archives of Universal Pictures. Get ready for more thrills and chills. Volume 4 of the Universal Horror Collection includes 4 tales of terror from the archives of Universal Pictures, the true home of classic horror. Deja vu. This collection includes such horror stars as Boris Karloff, Bela Lugosi, Lionel Atwill, and Rondo Hatton. Boris Karloff ignites the screen as an inventor who is kidnapped by a gang of burglars and forced to help them commit robberies in Night Key. Bela Lugosi stars in a creepy tale of strange characters, secret passages, and a murderer who masters the art of mind over matter in Night Monster. In the climax, Karloff is terrifying as a mad doctor whose insane jealousy over a beautiful opera singer may drive him to murder. So, a bit of Phantom of the Opera there, I'm guessing. And finally, a giant of a man is used as an instrument of evil by a mad sculptor in House of Horrors. There we go. Very nice indeed. Okay. Carrying on, we have Volume 5 of the Universal Horror Collection. And this one, get ready for more thrills and chills. Volume 5 of the Universal Horror Collection includes 4 tales of the true home of classic horror. A mobster's brain is transplanted into an ape. Oh, this is all like guerrilla movies. Excellent. Wonder if we got some Bob Burns in here. A monster's brain is transplanted into an ape who carries out his revenge in The Monster and the Girl. And then a mad scientist turns an ape into a beautiful but deadly woman in Captive Wild Woman. Jungle Woman, the sequel to Captive Wild Woman, is an eerie thriller with all the danger of wild animals on the loose and a sexy killer on the prowl. That's rare, actually, for movies to get sequels back then, other than the Universal Monsters ones, obviously. But a lot of these standalone ones tended to be just one-offs. But, so kind of cool that we got a series of 2. And in Jungle Captive, a scientist has experimented on reanimating animals, but now he has decided to go one step further and reanimate a human. Oh, so a little bit of Frankenstein in the jungle there. Very nice. And finally, last but most certainly not least, the final volume to date, and I guess ever, because these came out a while ago. When did they come out? Does it say? 2020, so like 5 years ago. We have the Universal Horror Collection, Volume 6. More thrills and chills. Get ready for more thrills and chills. The true home of classic horror. Boris Karloff stars as a doctor who risks his own life to save the captives of a mad count in the Black Castle. Vengeance is sworn against 6 men who witness a ceremony where beautiful women turn into serpents in Cult of the Cobra. In The Thing That Couldn't Die, when a young psychic discovers a box that contains the living head of an executed devil worshipper, heads will roll. And finally, a cat witnesses the murder of her owner, and this cat is hell-bent on revenge in The Shadow of the Cat. There you go. Very cool. On the back there. Yeah, very nice. And as far as extras, I mean, it looks like we mostly have audio commentaries and still galleries and occasionally an interview. Cool. Well, I look forward to diving into all of those. Now, let me just see how we are doing for time. "19 minutes. I think we can squeeze it in. Now, after Universal had kind of moved away from doing the Gothic horrors, and Hammer had kind of moved away from doing the Gothic horrors, and, well, basically gone out of business for a while, a man named Paul Naschy decided that he was going to step up and continue the tradition of Gothic horror and monster movies. So, we have from Scream Factory, the Paul Naschy From Scream Factory, the Paul Naschy Collection. Yes, I have heard his name for years. I have seen precious few of his films. I understand if you love all the others, you'll love his stuff too. Because in this case, this is a guy, I gather, who basically grew up with these movies and just had such passion and love for them and wanted to do his own. So he would write, direct, and often star in his own gothic horror monster movies. And this is a collection of 5 of them. Yeah, so nice way to get your feet wet. I have seen one of his films. It was on, and I think it's in this collection, actually. Yeah, Horror Rises from the Tombs, the first one on this set. It's on one of my Mill Creek sets. I remember I watched it a little while ago. And it was great. I thought it was a lot of fun. So I'm really looking forward to diving into more of his filmography. So, Paul Naschy, born Jacinto Molina Alvarez, was Spain's answer to Lon Chaney. He has portrayed many classic monsters: the Wolfman, Frankenstein's monster, Count Dracula, the Mummy, and more. He was not only a terrific actor, but an accomplished writer, producer, and director. This Blu-ray box set includes 5 stellar films from his long and distinguished career. Yeah, so all beautifully remastered, and many, I think, available in high def for the first time. So this was definitely a set I wanted to pick up, because one of the big focuses for me, and what sort of started me on this massive horror journey that we've been going through for forever now, was I wanted to get more gothic horror. And so, you know, this was top of the list. These were top of the list. So we have Horror Rises from the Tomb, Human Beasts, Vengeance of the Zombies, Night of the Werewolf, and Blue Eyes of the Broken Doll. Don't see the year. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, these are all early 70s, early 80s, like 70s and 80s. So, yeah, he kind of picked up the torch where Hammer had stopped and moved on to other things and was kind of restructuring and whatnot. I mean, they wouldn't come back until, like, the 80s with the Hammer House of Horror and the Hammer House of Mystery. But they wouldn't really come back to movies until quite some time later. So, yeah. So you basically go Universal Monsters and Universal Horror, Hammer Films, and then Paul Naschy. And there you go. There's your gothic film cycle. And then also, I mean, there's other filmmakers from the 70s and 80s as well that kind of picked up the gothic torch and ran with it. But we'll talk about those in one of the upcoming segments. I've got quite a lot of stuff to cover. And boy, let me tell you, that is a rabbit hole and a half. But then they put out the Paul Naschy Collection 2. So, of course, I had to get both of them. Alas, there have not been any more since. But I understand these were quite successful, so I'm kind of surprised they didn't do more. So this is another 5 films. We have Hunchback of the Morgue, Exorcism, also known as Exorcismo, A Dragonfly for Each Corpse, The Werewolf and the Yeti, and The Devil's Possessed, and another 24-page book included as well. And these are all, again, in sort of the same format. We got nice little slip boxes, and you can see here how nicely they line up. So those will look very good next to the Universal Monsters collection, I think. Alrighty, so what is next? Well, as I said, we kind of got our feet wet with the gothic horror in this section. So next section, we're going to dive head first right into the gothic horror pool. Stick around. Thumbnail. See, that was a short one. Okay. I might do closer looks at some of these, like the sets, because I haven't opened them yet. So these ones I think we'll just put on the shelf. But oh, gluten. Still alive out there. It's awful quiet out there. Awfully quiet. Boo-ba-doo-boo-ba-doo-boo-ba-doo-boo. Alright. Well, it's actually not bad when it's quiet, because then I get more done. Right? Actually, I think we'll leave this out for now. The Christopher Lee set. Time is it? 10:41. Hockey docky. Just take a little breather. Give my voice a rest. Why has there not been more? Hold on a second. What's going on with Streamlabs? Should be posting stuff automatically. What's going on there? Did it arbitrarily log me out again? Okay. check a couple things here real quick. Here, enjoy some clips. I'll be back shortly.
This one's called Extravaganza.
What items can we sell?
They'll be highlighted in a yellow square. That means you can pick them up.
Okay.
We already have quota.
Okay. So what do we do now?
We go back to the thing.
Oh.
Sorry.
You just ran him over. Okay. Oh, we put it there. Ta-da! Tax return. Right.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Oh!
give you anything.
Oof!
You just
Ow!
take care
Oh!
of it.
Ow! Ow! What the hell? What even was that? It's like gang, 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 gang. Caroline is still going. It's like then people at the bottom watching pukes upwards. Just straight up like a fountain. Further grazing the train. Right here as they come back into the station. Or they're like watching and it's like this arcing double fountain of puke just welcoming our heroes. Like a 20-gun salute, but with more puke. The 20 puke salute. That can be the name of this clip. Philanthropist. New York Times best-selling novelist. Ow. Anita Lord. Another one of these accounts that was created like 2 days ago. Really wish these trolls would stop quacking at me. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a short break. I'll be back. Enjoy some clips, that is. How do you repair it? I don't know how to repair it.
You can't.
Oh, it just does it automatically?
Yeah, I really love the
Yeah, when it's done, when it's done,
Are you riding it? Oh. Oh, kid. What the hell? Shoot something you can actually destroy.
Just tipped
yeah, I'm stuck.
You're stuck? There you go. Whoop. Oh, just I want to clip that part. Just for future reference, you want to go back a little bit, future me, to find the clip from Tarot Destroyer about their family getting eaten by pygmies. It's a good bit. Should make a funny little clip. So go back and get that. And then delete this one. You don't need... This is just to let me know, okay? Hi, me. How's the future? All right. I can't hear you. The Hulk lighting. Yeah, it's just kind of big. I guess it is purple and green, isn't it? So you got green skin, purple pants. There you go. Hulk lights. Ah!
I am zoning. La 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 la. I am zoning. La 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 la. I am zoning. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh, that's. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember this one. Ah! Fuck! Nah! What is even happening? Ouch! Oh my god! I'm gonna have no time to deal with the fucking boss. How do I?
Yeah.
You have a quick call from Darth Vader.
What are you doing? I'm just watching.
I accidentally,
I'm just watching the bombardment from up here. Holy shit. I see they're targeting that building over there, I think. God damn. That's quite the sight, I gotta say. We're all just standing here in awe of it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Alright, sit down, Salem.
Okay.
Salem, you are 15
What the hell is
pounds.
going on here?
What happened? The fuck?
Weird. Did you see that? What does the chicken say? So far that the textures can't even draw. Watching the train slowly losing animation. Yep, there it goes. And now it looks like something out of Wreck-It Ralph, like how the town people would move all herky-jerky.
Yeah.
Fuck! Where did it go now? Wait a minute, I'm in zero gravity. Just chase it. There it is. Bit of a suntan from it. It's 2,800 lumens, by the way. That's a lot of lumens. It's like he was screaming from the far. We're being raided.
Datanoi mouse block. That's how I read that.
That's the captions for Twitch. They're generally pretty good, but sometimes they don't quite understand your vernacular. But it can spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Look at that. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
My main issue with episode 9 is how cowardly and fan, toxic, crowd servicey, and and we have returnethed. Oh, the spooky sounds are still going. And well, holy guacamole shitballs Batman. I know who that is. We just got 300 bones dropped on the stream thanks to Make Your Farts Greener Again. Our old friend, the great Hobbit Hookaboner, has struck again from the shadows, swooping in from the rafters and just showering us with money. Thank you so much, dude. Wow, talk about 0 hour. Man, that I think that puts us over the top, and we'll actually be able to clear the rent. Thank God. We haven't actually got the 5-day notice yet, I think because of the holidays. So thankfully everything was behind because of all the holiday days, and there was a weekend in the middle. But now when the landlord comes a-knocking, I can say, why yes, we do have the money, actually. I still gotta pay a late fee, but hey, that's okay. And we might actually be able to get pizza or something this week too, which is great. Domino's has their greatest deal ever on again this week, which is like you can make your own like 6 or 7 topping pizza for like $14, like a large pizza. So yeah, that'll keep us going for like the whole week. But wow, thank you so much, dude, and thank you just generally for being such a huge supporter of the stream and the show for I don't even know how long now, a long time. And you know, your patience is soon to be paid off. You know, as you can see, we're making lots of new videos here, so it's going to be a pretty fun year ahead. We're almost ready to go to start unleashing all this stuff. I just got to do some more editing and finish up the special, which will be kind of kicking everything off. And then just an avalanche of stuff. And yeah, and then more games. We got lots more games we're going to be playing too. We've been doing some more multiplayer stuff, playing what was it, that Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt, which is about to be shut down. So of course we start playing it now. Well, we're going to enjoy it while it lasts. We've been having some fun with that one. And then we've also been playing some Aliens Fireteam Elite. Very cool, very fun, set in the Aliens universe. It's all co-op. So we'll be playing some of that. And of course the obligatory Fortnite as well. probably once Winterfest ends, because I'm really not too thrilled with Winterfest and the way they have. Well, I have a few complaints about the game in general currently. Actually, they seem to have enshittificated it somewhat in recent months. Well, really just the past month. Like, I can't believe how quickly they dropped the ball. Hopefully things improve. If not, well, we might not be playing that as much as we used to. That's okay. Not like we have a shortage of games or anything. I've got a Steam list like 8,000 miles long. I've got stuff from GOG. I've got stuff from Epic. I've got stuff from and PlayStation games galore. And yeah, so we will have no shortage of games. I'm not too worried about that. And screenings on Discord. Lots of screenings coming up too. So, and this goes out to everybody. Feel free to join in on that and watch some movies and stuff with us and some TV shows. We're probably going to be watching Death Note very soon on the Discord. A lot of people haven't seen it, so I thought it would be fun to do a marathon screening of that over the course of like a week. And then we're going to probably watch Max Headroom, which I've been wanting to do a rewatch of for a very long time, so looking forward to that. And then maybe Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future, which is another one I've been wanting to rewatch for a while. So, yeah, should be a good time. Beyond that, I don't know. I'd like to get back to Dark Disney, but I'm not sure when we're going to get back to that. But anyway, thank you so much, dude. Words cannot begin to express how grateful I am for your support, and thank you. Oh. I remember when I was doing the marathons, Hookaboner would always... I had them scheduled to start at a particular time. And he would always sneak in and drop a big fat dono 5 minutes before I started the marathon. So we'd have between 4 and 6 additional hours on the clock right out of the gate. So, he wanted to make damn sure that, every marathon was a good one. So thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that. All right. Well, shall we carry on with another section? I've got a stack of gothic horrors here that I'm eager to get done in the updates. This might be our last segment for tonight, maybe not. We'll see. See how it goes. All right. Let me just double check our focus here. Good. Are we still good? Looks like we're golden. Hold on, I'll just pause for a sec. Whoops. No. Wrong button. There we go. Ah, excelente. Troppo grande. Can't see. Forgot to flip the screen back around. Oh, actually, you know what? I should get the money moving so it actually is there. Just give me a second here, folks. Just pause again so we're not burning through disk space. bonus on the exchange rate. Hooray! Yeah, so these days 300 US comes to about 400 Canadian, so that's pretty nice. Current exchange rate I think is 33%. What day of the week is it anyway? Tuesday? No, it's Monday. It's almost Tuesday. Okay. Oh, what a day. Honestly, it's been really stressful worrying about the rent situation. With and it's one of those months where it's like we have money coming in later in the month, so great. That doesn't help us right now. But as of next week, I think, like as early as a week from today, we should be in pretty good shape. And then thanks to JL going haywire with the soundboard all last month, we've got to, and all you folks who subscribe over on Twitch, we've actually got a pretty decent Twitch payout for the first time in quite a while coming our way, so that will also be helpful. So, things are all coming up Millhouse, slowly but surely. But here we go. All right. Part 30. 30! I estimated it would be between 30 and 40 parts. It's not, I don't think it's going to quite hit 40, but it's going to be close. Over a month for the individual episodes. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 30. Madness. Will this update ever end? Well, eventually. Anyway, last time we took a look at some classic horror collections that I picked up and just started to get our feet wet with some gothic horror with the works of, well, some other Universal horror titles, some Republic Pictures titles, and of course, the works of Paul Naschy. This time around, we dive fully into the gothic horror pool with a selection of single titles and box sets. Oh boy, do we ever have some cool stuff. Let's check it out. Today, on the biggest update, fucking hell. Some really cool stuff. So let's check it out. Today, on the biggest horror update ever, on the Multimedia Chronicles. Oh, what the shit? Bless you. I think I have to redo that. I banged the camera apparently and we were completely off center. Take two, because apparently I banged the camera and we were off center, so just for future me's reference. Why is this two intros? Because past you was an idiot. Future you, me, whatever. I do love these shades, by the way. This was from Spirit Halloween. I picked them up, not this past Halloween, but the Halloween before. That's how long all of this stuff has been in preparation. Literally, like, 2 Halloweens. But we're not going to wait until a 3rd Halloween to start posting everything, don't worry. We're getting close. We're getting close. Well, closer. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 30. Wow, will this update ever end? Well, we're getting there. Of the biggest horror update ever. So, last time, we checked out some classic horror titles with the Universal Horror Collection, the Republic Horror. So last time we started diving into some classic horror with the Universal Horror Collection from Scream Factory, the Republic Pictures Horror Collection from Kino Lorber, and the Paul Naschy Collection. Getting our feet wet with some Gothic horror. So this time around, we're going to dive fully into the Gothic horror. I should mention, actually, the Gothic horror. No, I don't want to do. I'll mention that in the other. I don't want to be redundant in the intros, because, yeah. So last time, we got our feet wet with some Gothic horror and other horror titles from the classic era, and just touching on the 70s and 80s a bit with the fucking... What am I trying to say? So last time we just got our feet wet with some Gothic horror and other classic horror from the 30s, 40s, a little bit from the 70s and 80s. This time around we dive fully into Gothic horror, one of my favorite genres. Oh yeah, saving the best for last here. We got a lot of stuff to cover. We got a whole bunch of singles and a whole bunch of box sets. So let's not waste any time and get right to it, as the biggest horror update ever continues on the Multimedia Chronicles. Good enough. We don't have to do a full recap of what the previous episode was. They know. They'll know. See, this is why you guys like to watch these streams, because you get to see all my fuck-ups. And that's part of the fun, isn't it? Alrighty, and so our journey begins into the dark, mysterious worlds of Gothic horror. I should mention, it was actually Gothic horror specifically that kind of started me on this massive horror journey we've been going on for the past 30 segments. Yeah, and it just kind of sent me down a multitude of rabbit holes from there. So it started with Gothic horror, and then, well, you'll see where it ended up. Well, you've seen already where it ended up with all the other genres we've covered. But, yeah, this is where it actually began. I was like, okay, I got the Universal Monster stuff. I got the Universal Horror stuff from Scream Factory. I got the Paul Naschy stuff. I'm all up to date on Hammer. You haven't seen the Hammer stuff yet. Just hang in there. It's coming. I really wanted to put that in its own sort of showcase area. We'll get to it soon enough. Don't worry. We're almost there. So what else is there? What other Gothic horror is there? Well, as it turns out, quite a bit. So I just raided all of the boutique labels for anything and everything Gothic horror that I could get my hands on. So let's start with one that actually isn't Gothic horror, because I didn't know where the hell else to put it in these updates. We have Jekyll, the BBC series. Now, you might be experiencing a little deja vu, like, hey Z, didn't you already pick this up? Yes, I did, but I picked up the NTSC Region 1 version. I've become a bit of a purist in recent years as far as wanting things in their original format, or as close as possible to their original format. So when it comes to stuff like this, British television, I want the PAL versions. So, which means I'm probably going to be swapping out a bunch of stuff in my collection for the PAL versions. The reason being, PAL is a slightly higher quality video format than NTSC, and it has more accurate color, like much sharper, crisper, cleaner, consistent color. NTSC, the color's all over the frickin' place. The resolution's higher. Frame rate is a little lower, but that's the trade-off. It's 25 frames per second instead of 30. But yeah, anyway, this is a great series. Jekyll by Stephen Moffat, starring James Nesbitt as Jekyll and Hyde. It's basically a modern take on the old story, and it's fantastic. It's so good. It's only 6 episodes, very short. You can just binge them all in 1 or 2 sittings, and I cannot recommend this series highly enough. So it's great to have it in the vastly superior PAL format without being, suffering from some generation loss or whatever to convert it to NTSC. It's funny, they say it's season 1, but I don't think it was ever intended to be a series beyond the 6 episodes they did. Anyway, glad to have that in the currently best available format. Now, into some Gothic stuff proper. First up, we have, this is a classic that I don't think I've ever seen it, actually, and everybody tells me it's great, everybody loves it. One of my ex-girlfriends was a huge fan of the original novels that this was inspired by. We have V.C. Andrews' Flowers in the Attic. Yeah. Which I'm positive I've never seen. And I'm aware of the reputation. There's actually been a lot of other adaptations of V.C. Andrews' books since, a lot of TV movies and such, and you can get those on DVD. I might see about tracking those down at some point. But yeah, I mean, I gather her stories tend to be like multi-generational epics of Gothic horror. So for those who aren't familiar, I'll read the back here for you. So Home Sweet Home is murder. When her husband dies in a tragic accident, widow Corinne Dollenganger, Victoria Tennant from the Holcroft Covenant, takes her 4 children to the ancestral family home she fled before they were born. Locked away in the attic by their tyrannical grandmother, Academy Award winner Louise Fletcher, great, from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, it falls to older brother and sister Chris, Jeb Stuart Adams from The Goonies, and Kathy, Christy Swanson from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, to care for their younger siblings. But with their mother growing increasingly distant and erratic, and a mysterious sickness taking hold, will any of the Dollenganger children survive to escape the clutches of the house's cruel matriarch? Originally published in 1979, V.C. Andrews' novel Flowers in the Attic was a smash hit, spawning 4 sequels and going on to sell over 40 million copies worldwide. With undercurrents of incest and child abuse and a haunting score by Christopher Young of Hellraiser fame, Flowers in the Attic is a dark and chilling Gothic suspense thriller in the classic tradition. And there you go. Very cool. So yeah, been looking forward to checking that one out for a long time, and got this lovely edition from Arrow Video. Next up, we have from Kino Lorber, House of Long Shadows, which I can't remember, is this an anthology horror? Or is it... No, it isn't. I'm mixing it up with something else, I think. But this has, like, everybody who's anybody in it. You got Vincent Price, Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, and John Carradine as well. So the High Priests of Horror: Vincent Price, Theater of Blood; Christopher Lee, The Whip and the Body; Peter Cushing, The Blood Beast Terror; and John Carradine, The Black Sleep, unite under the same Gothic roof in the wickedly entertaining House of the Long Shadows, when a young novelist, Desi Arnaz Jr., from Billy Two Hats, spends a night at Baldpate Manor to win a bet that he can turn out a best-selling thriller in 24 hours, he gets more than he wagers on. The grisly Grisbane clan arrives to celebrate the 40th anniversary of a ghoulish family secret, and their dinner party has murder on the menu. Lightning, thunder, torrential rain, clattering shutters, creaking doors, a locked attic, a sinister secret, murder! All the ingredients of the classic old dark house tale come together with the screen's greatest gruesome foursome in this tongue-in-cheek chiller, directed by cult filmmaker Pete Walker, We'll talk more about him in an upcoming segment. The Flesh and Blood Show and House of Whipcord, to name but two. Co-starring Richard Todd, Home Before Midnight, and Sheila Keith from Frightmare. There you go. I love the old Dark House trope, and I mean, you get that with all of these greats of horror. I mean, how fun is this going to be, you know? Yeah, absolutely had to get that one. Looks like this was another one I got from Sunrise Records. I recognize the thing, and nice to get the slipcover with it, too. Next up, we have Sleep. I don't remember this one, so we'll learn about it together. Like I said, I was just going nuts on the all of the boutique labels. Anything and everything Gothic horror I could get my hands on. I was not being picky. But to be perfectly honest, all of these sound awesome and right up my alley. So this is one also from Arrow Video. I didn't see it on the side there. Oh yeah, it's up there. Who protects you when you sleep? Nightmare and trauma, fear and repression, guilt and atonement, weaving together the emotional violence of horror with the cryptic motifs of German folk and fairy tales. Arrow Video is proud to present Sleep, the debut feature from a major new talent in world cinema. Tormented by recurring nightmares of a place where she has never been, Marlene, Sandra Huller from Requiem, cannot help but investigate when she discovers the place is real. Once there, she suffers a breakdown and is admitted to a psychiatric ward. Determined to discover what happened to her, Mona Gross-Vanchi Kohlhoff, her daughter, follows and finds herself in Steinbach, an idyllic village with a dark history. What is it that so tormented her mother and the people of Steinbach? What is the source of the nightmares she suffers? And who is the mysterious Trude that lives in the forest? Richly conceived and confidently told, director Michael Venus draws influence from Mario Bava, David Lynch, Franz Kafka, and the Brothers Grimm, but his voice is uniquely his own. As invested in substance and story as he is in style, Venus claws his way down to the roots of what haunts a people, a community, a nation, and comes up screaming. Sleep from Arrow Video. Yeah, I can definitely see why I grabbed this one. That sounds amazing. Beautiful edition, slipcover. I'm guessing it's a limited edition. Can't tell if it has a booklet with it. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, very nice. Look forward to that one. Next up, also from Arrow Video, we have Two Witches. This is an older one, I think. I don't know. Arrow never puts the years in clear places. I have no idea. Anyway, Two Witches. There you go. You gotta love that cover, eh? With its super saturated color palette, tenebrous art design, and electrifying soundtrack, Two Witches presents two truly terrifying conjoined tales of witchery, paranoia, and terror that hark back to the gory thrills and scares of classic Euro horrors such as Suspiria, Shock, and The Beyond. Expectant young mother Sarah is convinced she has been given the evil eye from a mysterious blank-eyed old hag while she is dining with her bullish and insensitive partner Simon. Later, when the couple go to visit his new-agey friends, Dustin and Melissa, dark forces are unleashed after an ill-advised attempt at consulting a Ouija board to allay her fears. Meanwhile, tensions grow between grad school student Rachel and her new roommate Masha after a violent incident involving a man that the strange and impulsive young woman has brought home. First-time feature director... Okay, this is a new one. It's in the style of older ones. First-time feature director Pierre Sigarides, who also shot, edited, and contributed to the film's soundtrack, singles himself out as one to watch in a deft and unnerving depiction of unspeakable evil that truly delivers. Yes. So a nice mix of old and new that pays homage to the old. Next up, we have The House That Screamed. There we go. This is an older one. So, Spain's first major horror film production. Little piece of history here. The House That Screamed is a stylish gothic tale of tortured passions and bloody murder that bridges the bloody gap between Psycho and Suspiria. Therese, played by Cristina Galbo, is the latest arrival at the boarding school for wayward girls run under the stern authoritarian eye. Therese, Cristina Galbo, is the latest arrival at the boarding school for wayward girls run under the stern authoritarian eye of Madame Fourneau, Lily Palmer. As the newcomer becomes accustomed to the strict routines, the whip-hand hierarchies among the girls, and their furtive extracurricular methods of release from within the forbidding walls of institutional life... I'm sorry, future me, for all of the hell I'm putting you through editing this, by the way. She learns that several of her fellow students have recently vanished mysteriously. Meanwhile, tensions grow within this isolated hothouse environment as Madame Fourneau's callow but curious 15-year-old son Louis, John Mulder Brown, ignores his mother's strict orders not to get close to the tainted ladies under her ward. Directed by Narciso Ibanez Serrador, Who Can Kill a Child, this landmark tale in Spanish genre cinema has been restored to its director's original full-length vision for the first time. Very cool. So, yeah, that sounds great. And I definitely like little pieces of cinematic history like that. Like, this is the first big Spanish horror movie. Excellent. Next up, we have Deadly Manor. So this is also from Arrow. There we go. So Deadly Manor, an old dark house. He's sensing a theme here. A maniac on the loose. An orgy of bloodlust. All the hallmarks of late master of Spanish macabre, Jose Ramon Larraz, Edge of the Axe, and Vampires, spelled with a Y, are present and correct in 1990's... Oh, they gave us the year! Deadly Manor, the final horror movie from one of the genre's most unheralded filmmakers. Whilst en route to a lake, a group of youngsters make an unscheduled stop-off at a remote, seemingly abandoned mansion where they decide to spend the night. Ugh, one of my favorite tropes. I even wrote a script around that trope of, weary travelers coming out of a stormy night and taking shelter in an abandoned house, only to discover many supernatural goings-on in that house, making their night anything but restful. Perhaps I'll continue developing that someday. I think it'd be fun. But the property is full of foreboding signs. A blood-stained car wreck in the garden, coffins in the basement, scalps in the closet, and photographs of a beautiful but mysterious woman adorning every corner of the house. Before daybreak, the group will unwittingly uncover the strange and terrifying truth that lurks behind the walls of this dreadful place. The last in a trio of late-era slice-and-dicers helmed by Larraz, Deadly Manor, released as Savage Lust on US VHS, is a fitting capper to the director's prolific career in fear. There you go. Can't remember if I showed you that or not. So, that sounds fun. Part slasher, part gothic, old dark house. Next, we have The Red Queen Kills 7 Times. Well, that sounds like a giallo. Yep, it is, but I think it rides the line. At the height of the Italian giallo boom in the early 1970s, scores of filmmakers turned their hand to crafting their own unique takes on these lurid murder mystery thrillers. In The Red Queen Kills 7 Times, an age-old family curse hits sisters Kitty, Barbara Boucher from Milano Calibro 9, and Franziska, Marina Malfatti from All the Colors of the Dark, that's a famous giallo, following the death of their grandfather Tobias. There's like a thing on the label that Rudolf Schundler, The Exorcist, and Suspiria. wonder if that's The Exorcist. Interesting. Well, Suspiria, we know, of course. Every 100 years, so the legend goes, the bloodthirsty Red Queen, sorry, the stupid thing on the label, it's like a recycle symbol, returns and claims 7 fresh victims. Was Tobias just the first? And are Kitty and Renziska next? Director Amelia P. Miraglia, the night Evelyn came out of the grave, once again combines a conventional giallo, whodunit narrative with supernatural chills, concocting a gripping horror thriller hybrid which moves effortlessly between the world of high fashion and creepy gothic locales. There you go, that's why it's in my gothic section. Co-starring B-movie legend Sybil Danning, Grindhouse and The Howling 2, The Red Queen Kills 7 Times shows that there's more to gialli than black-gloved killers. There you go. That sounds fun. So it sounds like that could go in either my giallo section or the gothic horror section. But, yeah. This is one I picked up fairly recently from Vinegar Syndrome. We have Castle of Evil. Yes. So terrifying. And we slide that out. There's the alternate cover. And some pictures from the movie. So what's this one about? This is part of a new sort of subline that Vinegar Syndrome has been doing of sort of obscure finds and whatnot. And yeah, as soon as I saw this one, I was like, yeah, that sounds great. I'll grab it. On a secluded private island near Nassau, I actually went there as a teenager with the family vacation. In the Caribbean, a curious sextet of people has been ferried in to see off Karl Kovic, an electronics genius reportedly dying. Each of the 6 has ample reason to loathe Kovic, and yet each one stands to inherit at least $400,000. Ah, it's one of these, bump everybody off and get a bigger inheritance stories. Even more if fewer heirs remain. Forced to stay in his castle during a seemingly endless storm and guided by a mysterious housekeeper, the group decides to figure out Kovic's scheme, after one of them is violently killed in his room. But is an indigenous island tribe using the supernatural against the group? Is Kovic himself alive or dead? And has he potentially invented something even more evil? See, that sounds like fun. A delightful blend of Agatha Christie-style nail-biter, mad professor thrills, and plentiful other mid-60s B-movie tropes, Castle of Evil is an entrancing early color instance of genre film. Directed by Francis D. Lyon, Cult of the Cobra and The Girl Who Knew Too Much, it features the prolific actor Scott Brady from Gremlins and Satan's Sadists, and brother of actor Lawrence Tierney, a wonderfully sharp-tongued Virginia Mayo, White Heat and Evil Spirits, and Shelley Morrison, Devil Times 5 and TV's Will and Grace. Vinegar Syndrome Labs, that's what it is, Vinegar Syndrome Labs. So it's like this sister label that they created of like rare obscurities that they've rescued from possible extinction and put out in these lovely new editions. Is charmed to bring back to life this eerie whodunit, which played extensively on regional U.S. television, breathtakingly restored in 4K from its 35mm original camera negative. So who knows? Maybe if the Blu-ray sells well, we'll get a 4K edition at some point. So yeah, that sounds great. That's like right up my alley. I love movies like that. Next up, we have The Witch's Mirror. Another one. No, this one's from Indicator. It felt like an Arrow case, but no, it's Indicator. And, well, we won't have much of a description here because it's Indicator. Death is lurking, and it's after you. Sold. That's all I needed to know. 1962, Mexico, Spanish and English subtitles, and lots of extras. Cool. So, there you go. And if you want a closer look at the back there, which I think I already gave you, but whatever. Next, we have... Oh yeah, I wanted to get this one because I think, if I'm not mistaken... Yes, Doctor Who #2, Patrick Troughton is in this one, so that was enough to sell me on it. Doubly so because it's a gothic horror. We have The Black Torment. And this is from, who is this from? OEG Classic Movies. Yeah, not a label I'm familiar with. UK release, as you can see. It is region free, if anyone's curious. A lot of UK releases are. And there we go. So The Black Torment. We have a young wench flees across a dark forest for her very life as her murderous assailant gives chase. That is such a classic trope. Like, it's almost right up there with the, the girl in the flowing nightgown in the middle of the night carrying a candelabra, either running through the halls of a big mansion or out into the grounds being pursued by some unknown force or investigating something. You know the trope I'm talking about. It's a vibe, man. It's a vibe. So, her murderous assailant gives chase, but she falls, is raped, and then left for dead. Oh my god. With her last dying breath, she utters the name of her killer, Sir Richard Fordyke. A few days later, Sir Richard Fordyke returns to the vast Fordyke estate. A few days later, Sir Richard Fordyke returns to the vast Fordyke estate with his lovely bride and second wife, Elizabeth. But talk around the village is of the ghost of Sir Richard's first wife, who appears on the lawn and accuses Sir Richard of her murder. When another young girl is brutally murdered in the stables, the villagers swear that they have seen Sir Richard riding through the village at night, pursued by the ghostly figure of his first wife. Convinced that the murders are the work of Sir Richard and that madness runs in his family, the villagers decide to descend upon Fordyke Hall and discover the secret of the Black Torment. This newly restored Blu-ray comes with a specially made bonus feature. What is the specially made bonus feature? Actors Annette Whiteley and Roger Croucher recall working on The Black Torment. Oh, well, there you go. Very cool. So when is this one from? Does it say? 1964. Wow. That seems like really intense for 1964. Like, we hadn't quite hit the 70s era of anything goes yet. But, wow, cool. And I think that was probably another reason why I grabbed it, too, come to think of it, because it's rare to see ones, like, so brazenly pushing the envelope like that before, like, 1969-ish, you know? Anyway, next up we have... Oh, this one was mentioned on the Red Queen Kills 7 Times, or whatever it was. The night Evelyn came out of her grave. Yes, there we go. So this is the other one. I don't know why I didn't put those two together. But anyway, at the height of the Italian giallo boom of the early 1970s, scores of filmmakers turned their hands to crafting their own unique takes on these lurid murder mystery thrillers. Deja Vu. Clearly part of the same series of releases, that is. In The Night Evelyn Came Out of the Grave, director Emilio P. Miraglia, The Red Queen Kills 7 Times, same director as well, melds the giallo's trademark twisty whodunit storytelling with gothic chills, concocting a gripping horror thriller hybrid. Troubled aristocrat Alan Cunningham, Anthony Stephan from Django the Bastard, haunted by the death of his first wife Evelyn, tries to move on by marrying the seductive Gladys, Marina Malfatti from All the Colors in the Dark. Marina Malfatti from All the Colors of the Dark. Clearly I need to get that one. It seems like all roads lead to All the Colors of the Dark. There's a documentary as well called All the Colors of Giallo. Clear reference to that. Marital bliss is short-lived, however, as various relatives meet untimely and gruesome deaths, prompting speculation that a vengeful Evelyn has risen from the grave. Populated by an array of Eurocult stars, including Giacomo Rossi Stewart from Kaltiki, the Immortal Monster, and the unforgettable Erica Blank from Kill Baby Kill, and featuring a lush lounge score by Giallo maestro Bruno Nicolai, The Night Evelyn Came Out of the Grave offers up a beguiling, unique, and downright insane twist on a familiar formula. Well, I mean, that sounds great. So, yeah. Next up, oh yes, we got a classic Vincent Price, Roger Corman, Edgar Allan Poe adaptation, one of the few I was still missing. We have The Tomb of Ligeia. Yeah, there you go, from Kino Lorber. Kino Lorber re-released a lot of the Vincent Price movies that were previously released by Scream Factory in their Vincent Price collection. So even though I missed Volume 2 of that collection, I've since been able to get the movies that were in it in other and, quite frankly, superior editions. Star Vincent Price, Theater of Blood, The Last Man on Earth. Director Roger Corman, The Premature Burial and The Raven. And screenwriter Robert Towne, The Last Detail and Chinatown, not a small film by any means. Hook up for horror in Edgar Allan Poe's most terrifying tale of passion, possession, and perfect evil. When a dead wife sinks her claws into immortality and comes back as a ferocious feline, she leads her husband's new bride on a deadly game of cat and mouse. And when the fur starts flying, she soon learns that even in death, she can land on her feet. Elizabeth Shepard from Damien, Omen 2. Love that one. That's might be my favorite out of the original trilogy, actually. And John Westbrook, Room at the Top, co-star in this chilling conclusion to Corman's Poe cycle of films. And I think I have all of them now, if I'm not mistaken, across a few collections. But, yeah, I went on a bit of a binge of watching the Vincent Price, Roger Corman Poe adaptations a couple of years ago. And they're just so much fun. They're just so delightful and just gorgeous. And starting in on the box sets here, we have a singular box set, but it's a big hardbox edition of a classic gothic horror. We have The Horrible Dr. Hitchcock with the legendary Barbara Steele. Yeah, gotta love Barbara Steele. And there we go. And this is quite a nice edition from Vinegar Syndrome. It's in a hard box. You slide out the hard box. You have a book full of goodies. I don't know what you're seeing. I hope the pictures are cool. Whatever I don't know what I'm showing you. Anyway, looks cool. And then we have a slipcover within the slip box. Yeah, Vinegar Syndrome definitely is one that goes all out with the packaging. And it's all this beautiful matte finish with spot gloss. I knew we were getting close. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey, Bass Chick Michelle, how's it going? I saw somebody had said something, but I didn't see because I was too busy talking about movies and stuff. Flowers in the Attic is great. Okay, cool. Excellent. Sorry, surprise, surprise, we hit the 30-minute mark again. That tends to happen when I'm reading the backs of everything. Anyway, so The Horrible Dr. Hitchcock. But I love these slipcovers from Vinegar Syndrome because we have the spot gloss, in this case just on the title and stuff, and on the spine there. I don't know how well that's picking up on camera, but you get the idea. It's very nice. So if we slide this out, we have yet another cover. I think this is one, like, I mean, I was already interested because Gothic horror, but I also, you know, just jumped on this box set because it's just so freaking gorgeous. Like, I know they say don't judge a book by its cover, but I mean, come on. It's beautiful. Like, they really do know how to do just outstanding packaging at Vinegar Syndrome. And it doesn't end there. That's just the start. And I should mention 4K as well. 4K Gothic horror? Yes. Yes, please. More. So what's this one about? The Horrible Dr. Hitchcock. Brilliant scientist, Professor Bernard Hitchcock, Brilliant scientist, Professor Bernard Hitchcock, harbors a secret fascination with the corpses of beautiful young women. His perverse desires are so strong that he has developed a unique serum capable of placing people into a death-like state, a drug he has decided to experiment with on his wife, Margaretha. However, after accidentally giving her a lethal dose, the doctor panics and covers up his wife's death. Hitchcock soon remarries, this time to the orphaned Cynthia, whom he brings to live with him at his isolated castle. Shortly after her arrival, Cynthia begins to experience increasingly strange and ghastly goings-on. While her new husband dismisses these seemingly supernatural occurrences, Cynthia becomes convinced that someone or something is lurking in the castle, and her loving husband might know more than he's letting on. A crucial early work in the Italian Gothic horror canon, The Horrible Dr. Hitchcock, from director Riccardo Frida, from Tragic Ceremony, and screenwriter Ernesto Gastaldi, The Strange Vice of Mrs. Ward, is a macabre period chiller which stars Barbara Steele, Black Sabbath, among many other things, alongside Robert Fleming, The Blood Beast Terror, Silvano Tranquilli, So Sweet, So Dead, and Harriet Medin from Blood and Black Lace, graced with eye-poppingly colorful cinematography from Raphael... Bless you! Graced with eye-poppingly colorful cinematography from Raphael Masciocchi, The Ghost, Vinegar Syndrome proudly presents the UHD debut of this twisted and suspenseful classic in a brand new and exclusive 4K restoration of its original negative, and loaded with fresh extras, including interviews with second assistant director Marcello Avallone and star Barbara Steele. How cool is that? Like, how can you say no to that? That is incredible. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Funny enough, my introduction to Barbara Steele was actually something fairly, later on in her career, where she played Dr. Julia Hoffman in the early 90s remake of Dark Shadows. Yeah. So at the time, I had no idea who she was. She was just Dr. Julia Hoffman to me. And I found out later, as I started to learn more about the history of horror. I was quite young at the time when that came out. I was like 18, 19 when that came out. I learned that she had like this long history of being in all these horror movies and was considered like, a British scream queen, essentially. And yeah, so it's pretty cool. So I'm just going to move these over here because we're getting into other stuff. Not quite a box set, but a collection that might as well be a box set. We have, from Vinegar Syndrome, Mexican Gothic, the films of Carlos Enrique Taboada. There we go. And this is, we have 3 movies on here. Yes, Bewitched Children, Revenge-Seeking Spirits, and Murderous Thieves. Revered in his country, but criminally underknown outside of it. See, that's the other thing I like, is discovering directors that have not really had a lot of exposure over here. And, I mean, so many hidden gems out there just waiting to be discovered, right? And that's really what this whole journey has been about, is expanding my own personal experience with horror and more deeply exploring these genres that I already have a love and appreciation for. And experiencing some new genres, which we'll get into in upcoming segments. Revered in his country but criminally underknown outside of it, 3 of Mexican genre film master Carlos Enrique Taboada's most influential works are collected here for the first time on Blu-ray. So we have Poison for the Fairies from 1986. When young Flavia arrives at her new school, she is quickly befriended by Veronica. What starts out as an innocent friendship turns terrifying when Veronica reveals herself to be a witch. Unsure of the truth, Flavia enters into a manipulative relationship as Veronica's accomplice, as the line between what is real and imagined blurs and leads to a spiral of magic, death, sacrifice, and murder. Then we have Darker Than Night from 1975. Ophelia has just learned of the death of her aunt, whom she had never trusted. In a sinister twist of fate, she has now inherited her aunt's estate, along with all of its tenants, living and dead. Inviting her 3 close friends along, Ophelia moves into the Gothic house, but shortly after disregarding her aunt's posthumous requests to take care for Bicaire, the mouse... But shortly after disregarding her aunt's posthumous requests to care for Becair, the house cat, their lives are turned upside down as horror reveals themselves. Oh my god. As horrors reveal themselves and a supernatural force starts to violently pick off the girls one by one. And finally, Rapina, also from 1975. Woodcutter Porfirio? Okay. Woodcutter Porfirio has always accepted his meager existence. However, one day, while working in a remote forested mountain, Porfirio is the sole witness to the crash of a luxury plane. Desperate to escape his circumstances, he seizes the opportunity to loot the wreckage with his neighbor and co-worker Evodio. But soon, best-laid plans lead to treachery and murder. Few directors other than Taboada have left such a distinct footprint on Mexico's horror genre. These three films, with ample violence, wretched depravity, and supernatural evil, adeptly place their horror to Mexican society and culture at large, and all have been newly restored in 4K by Vinegar Syndrome from their original 35mm camera negatives. There you go. What a wonderful treasure of obscure films that we might otherwise never have seen. And again, this is why the boutique labels are so important, because if it was not for them, we likely wouldn't have seen a lot of these, like just in this stack alone. Alright, you've been very patient, and now it is time for the box sets. Oh yeah, we got some good ones here, folks. So first off, from Arrow Video, we have Gothic Fantastico. Yes. Which is 4 Italian Tales of Terror. So we got some Italian Gothic here. I managed to get the limited edition of this with the book. Very nice. Gotta love it. If this looks familiar, by the way, if you saw the package opening video of the package that I sent to Luke from Razorwire Reviews, I sent him one of these as well because I accidentally bought 2 of them. Anyway, while groundbreaking director Mario Bava, Black Sunday and Black Sabbath, remains the most well-known purveyor of Italian Gothic horror, Mario Bava, by the way, is one I really need to explore more. I know Scream Factory recently put out a massive box set. It's a little pricey though, but maybe. I might get that. I might look elsewhere for other editions. I don't know. We'll see. I will explore Mario Bava more fully at some point. That is definitely on the list. Many other filmmakers tried their hand at the form throughout the 1960s as part of a hugely prolific and popular cycle. Gothic Fantastico presents 4 off-the-beaten-path titles from this classic period, all of which demonstrate Italy's ability to expand genre beyond the classic literary monsters that dominated elsewhere. Gaslighting abounds in Massimo Pupilo's Pupilo. That's not how you pronounce that at all. Sorry, what's that? I see something over there. Oh, it was just the thing for the and Wolfden's here too. Hey, Wolfden, how's it going? It's not Pupilo, it's Pupio. Where the fuck was I? Gaslighting abounds in Massimo Pupio's Lady Morgan's Vengeance, a delicate tale of romance and mystery with a sprinkling of sadism and the supernatural, as newlywed Sir Harold Morgan, Paul Muller of Nightmare Castle, attempts to destroy his new bride, Barbara Nelly from Doubleface, with help from his sinister maid, Erica Blank from Kill Baby Kill Again. I hope I got Kill Baby Kill. There sure seems to be a lot of references to it. I think I did. It does sound familiar. Meanwhile, the perverse influence of Poe is used to great effect in Alberto de Martino's The Blancheville Monster. I've actually heard of that one. A tale of family curses and madmen in the attic. as Emily de Blancheville, Umbretta Cully, Gladiator of Rome, returns home to her brother Roderick, Gerard Tichy, Hatchet for the Honeymoon, and discovers her own family may be out for her blood. Mino Guarini's The Third Eye features not only a very early role for Italian cult film icon Franco Nero, I've seen some of his spaghetti westerns, but a plot that borrows several elements from Hitchcock, layered with a whiff of necrophilia. Finally, Damiano Damiani's The Witch takes a more avant-garde approach, when a young historian, Richard Johnson from Zombie Flesh Eaters — I actually know Richard Johnson from the original 60s film adaptation of The Haunting, the Shirley Jackson novel — is lured to work for an aging woman only to be held captive when he becomes obsessed with her beautiful daughter, Rosanna Schiaffino from The Killer Reserved 9 Seats. Madness, obsession, and messed up families are the order of the day, and these 4 lesser-known monochrome gems. Madness, obsession, and messed up families are the order of the day, and these 4 lesser-known monochrome gems from Italy's peak Gothic period, now fully restored in 2K from their original camera negatives for the first time, and are presented alongside an array of in-depth extras. Very nice. So, not to be outdone, Severin Films enters the building, and we have Volume 1 of Danza Macabra, the Italian Gothic Collection. Check it out. 4 Italian Gothic films, I think many of which are on Blu-ray for the first time, at least here. Uncut, uncensored, unsettling. In a genre known for its castles, crypts, and candelabras, Italian Gothic also embraces themes of violence, madness, and sexual deviance. With these 4 films, those impulses dare to go even deeper. In 1964's The Monster of the Opera, Director Renato Polselli and screenwriter Ernesto Gastaldi craft a surreal erotic shocker set within a contemporary dance troupe. Perhaps the genre's rarest film, the berserk supernatural narrative of 1965's The Seventh Grave, also make it among the strangest. For 1970's Scream of the Demon Lover, director Jose Luis Marino gathers classic traditions, then strips them naked and ties them to a torture rack. And 1971's Lady Frankenstein delivers iconic Eurocult talent on both sides of the camera for one of the most luridly entertaining shockers of the decade. The films in this collection are now fully restored from their original negatives with 12 plus collective hours of special features. Danza Macabra, Volume 1. Well, guess what? There's a Volume 2 as well. Yes, Danza Macabra Volume 2, the Italian Gothic Collection. So this has 3 films and a mini-series. So let's see what we've got on this one. 3 classic films, 1 landmark mini-series, rediscovered, restored, reclaimed. In this second collection of Italian Gothic shockers, you're invited to grab your candelabra and enter cobweb-shrouded worlds of violence, madness, and sexual deviance that remain unmatched in genre history. Gothic goddess Barbara Steele stars in Gothic goddess Barbara Steele stars in Antonio Margheriti's certified masterpiece, Castle of Blood, and its Italian version, Danza Macabra. Oh, is that where they got the title from? Both restored and scanned in 4K and presented in UHD for the first time ever. Oh, wait a minute. Is there a UHD disc on this one? I actually did not know. I thought these were all just Blu-ray. Cool. Very nice. Jekyll is 1969's award-winning 4-part RAI TV Cinecittà from writer-director-star Giorgio Albertazzi that contemporizes the classic tale of man's darkest impulses. Well, isn't that funny? Because we got Jekyll, and I was saying, oh, that's not really gothic, and then we have another Jekyll right here. So, I mean, I meant to do that. That was totally planned from the start. Anyway, writer-director Corrado Farina reinvents the Dracula legend as a modern-day capitalist conspiracy with his startling and long out-of-print 1971 debut, They Have Changed Their Face. And a sizzling Rosalba Neri is seduced by Satan himself in The Devil's Lover, finally available, restored, and uncut. All 4 titles are now presented in their North American premieres, newly mastered from the best available elements, with over 13 collective hours of special features. How cool is that? Here's all the stuff included. And there's the back if you want to read it for yourself. So these are very nice boxes. Basically, they kind of split in half, and you got all the keep cases inside. You probably noticed we haven't opened them yet. We're going to be doing a proper closer look at these at some point. We'll look at each one by one. Go nice and in-depth. I'm probably just going to do like a singular closer look of the entire Danza Macabre collection, because I think that'd be fun. And you guessed it, there's a volume 3. This time, Spanish Gothic films. Very nice. There's not a lot of room here. Alright. So volume 3. Spain's tradition of Gothic horror, particularly during the Franco dictatorship, was characterized by daring concepts, lush visuals, extreme sexuality, and a startling aesthetic all its own. These 4 classic shockers from the 1970s represent the genre at its most audacious. In Necrophagus, the debut feature by writer-director Miguel Madrid, a fractured family in a crumbling castle conceals a grisly graveyard secret. The anthology film, anthology films, I love anthology films, Cake of Blood, never previously available outside of Spain, presents a quartet of supernatural tales by 4 young filmmakers. Hammer Films director John Gilling brings his inimitable style to the occult thriller in Cross of the Devil. And a terminally ill woman is enticed by eternal life in Leon Klimovsky's vampire masterwork, The Night of the Walking Dead. Each film in this collection has been scanned from its original negative with over 8 hours of special features for the first time ever in America. America! Well, I'll make that North America, because, you know, I'm up here in Canada land. All right. And last, but most certainly not least, surprise, surprise, Volume 4 of Danza Macabre. This one actually just came out fairly recently, just in time to be included in this update. So this one, we actually have, how many discs is this? 11 discs. This is the biggest set of all of them in terms of contents, even though the boxes are the same size. But this one, I think almost most, if not all of them, are 4K. So it's the first time they've had a full set of 4K. It also includes the Blu-rays, hence why the 4K set is so ridiculously expensive. But let's see what we got on this one. So back to Italian Gothic this time. Italian Gothic takes some very unexpected turns down cobwebbed corridors with this all-new quartet of classics, now restored in UHD for the first time ever. Yes, they are all in UHD. Queen of Italian horror, Barbara Steele, stars in Massimo Pupillo's grisly terror creatures from the grave, presented in both its US and Italian versions on 3 discs. Madness. Director Filippo Walter Ratti melds classic Gothic tropes with explicit 70s sexuality in Night of the Damned. Mark Damon and Rosalba Neri consummate the ultimate satanic mayhem in The Devil's Wedding Night, from director Luigi Bazzella and cinematographer Second unit director, Joe D'Amato. That's a name we've heard before a few times now, and we'll likely hear again. And Hollywood legend Carol Baker stars in Corrado Farina's pop art erotic shocker, Baba Yaga. Another one about the Baba Yaga. Very nice. A 4-disc set that includes the first ever release of a Piero Umiliani soundtrack compilation. All 4 films have been scanned in 4K from their original camera negatives, with more than 12 hours of new and archival special features curated exclusively for this collection. Very nice. So I keep looking over at the screen because I'm not sure how much time we have left. Can I see here? Yeah, we're getting close. Anyway, there we go. Not too shabby. Definitely getting our Gothic on. But this is not the end of it. This is actually just the beginning. We got a few more stacks of Gothic goodies to go through, so stay tuned. Actually, no, we'll put it here. Glare there, do we? No, looks good. Sure. That works. Thumbnail. Thumbnail. Ooh, should be good. That was 3 freaking massive segments. Freaking massive, man. These these are great. Yeah. I will enjoy all of them. Oh, yes. Optimal Optimus. Now, what next? Well, I think we'll get these ready. You guys see what these are? Kind of special. Kind of special. I need to get up to date on these. There's a couple more releases that have come out since. And I'll be doing closer looks at basically all of these. But this is Hammer Films, their own in-house boutique label, and this is almost all of the collector's sets that they've put out to date. I've got one that Luke picked up for me. I need to send him the postage for that, and then he'll send it off my way. But they also have like their own unique shipping boxes and stuff, so I even keep those kind of cool collector's items. And yeah, so these I think we'll be doing tomorrow. Finally, actually, been eager to get these done so I can crack them open, start watching them, checking them out. But for now, I'm going to put them all over here. They're quite hefty sets too. I'll have to make sure whatever shelf I put them on is strong enough to hold the weight. Yeah, I'll just put those there. And then in addition to those, we got a few more Hammer Films. just a couple. You know, just a few. No big deal. Just a few. Okay, so maybe I'll those there. What do we got here? This is, I think it's all indicator. No, not quite. It's mostly indicator. Alright, well, let's separate the indicator stuff. Yeah, so we'll have an indicator and a non-indicator. Mostly standard editions, a few limited editions. Quite nice. Oh. I need like my own, like a dedicated bookshelf just for Hammer films, I swear. So then this is all other stuff. Okay. And there's a few titles from other labels, like Studio Canal is putting out some, and I think Vinegar Syndrome might have another one or two. Can't remember. So that's all. Yeah. Maybe I'll milk it a little bit. We'll do 3 parts. So I could do assorted Hammer from assorted labels. That's this little stack here. Indicator films, a lot of which are upgrades from the stuff that was in this set from Mill Creek. They did vastly superior editions. And then finally, Hammer from Hammer. Right there. This is the good shit. Ideally, I'd want the entire library in these, because they're beautiful. But, so 1, 2, 3, so it'd be 31, 32, 33. And I've got a selection of 3D movies, that'd be 34. Asian horror, 35. I could probably stretch that out actually, 35, 36. And then we got Redemption Films, should be 38, say 39. Other exploitation horror, 40. Yeah, actually, maybe it will be 40. I think it will be 40 parts now that I think about it. Maybe a little more, actually. The exploitation horror branches off into full-blown porn. I don't want the softcore stuff. I want to see the penises and the vaginas. Yeah. So we'll basically going down the starting with the Gothic and going down the rabbit hole through Hammer, and then into what would be next after Hammer, I guess after Hammer we'll do the we'll do the Asian horror, 2 parts there, I think. So I've got a stack of box sets and a stack of singles, so we'll do one of singles, one of box sets, And then Redemption Films is literally 60 titles. And then other exploitation stuff. I don't know. I'm debating if I want to do Redemption Films as one massive singular segment or if I want to split it up into a couple. I was thinking of splitting it up into 3 since it's basically 60 titles. I could do 20, 20, 20. Which seems pointless for the Omnibus edition because it's all going to be together anyway, but... I don't know. We'll see how it looks when we have them all stacked up. But that, I think, will be a story for another time. It's currently 20 after midnight my time. And I think that is a wrap for today, folks. Those were some pretty good segments there. We actually got some pretty cool stuff. What did we did three more parts in the can. It's a good chunk of footage, though, that's for sure. And those are some pretty big ones. So, we're getting very close. So tomorrow, we'll tackle Hammer Films, which I got quite a lot of updates for. Well, as you can see, the stack next to me, that's all Hammer, top to bottom. From a few different labels. Well, from Hammer, from themselves, from a lot from Indicator, and a few more from Scream Factory. So I basically have all the Scream Factory releases. Some other strays from other companies, upgrades, etc. So, yeah. And then from Hammer, we'll go 3D movies, and then we'll do Asian horror, then we'll do 3D movies, because 3D movies kind of leads into the exploitation stuff, because some of the 3Ds are like, you know, sexploitation comedies and things like that. And actually, when I show the 3D stuff, I might as well bring over the the VR helmet to show you guys.
I almost just flew through the door.
Excellent. You're sneezing your brains out.
Sorry. Do you want to see something traumatizing?
Sure. What are you doing?
I sent it to you on Messenger.
Why are you going over there? What is that?
That's an actual Magic the Gathering card.
Hold on. It looks like something from Poppy's Playtime.
It's a Furby. It was a secret lair where they did a bunch of Furby cards and made them horrifying.
There. You guys see that?
I want to build this card as a commander. I'll build an entire deck based around this terrifying Furby worm.
Mm-hmm. Furby worm.
But yeah, Umbra Sphere Manifest is like already a card. This is just like a reskin for a card.
I see. Can you go back to the screen?
Yes, I
so
can.
see that? Well, I guess you could sort of see that.
My arm hurts. Feel how tense my muscle. Feel my muscle. Ew.
Why?
Because I like overdid it at bowling.
Oh. Rose was bowling.
Anyway, I thought you would enjoy seeing that horror.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the horror with us.
You're welcome.
Maybe I can show you guys a little more detailed. Hold on. What?
Just seeing it is hilarious.
Oh. You hit one of the invaders. Sure, that one works. Okay. Ready, guys? There it is.
Yeah, Yeah, I play Magic the Gathering, and I was looking on the, like, website where you can buy cards and stuff to make, like, my deck lists and stuff, and when looking up that card, because I needed it to build the deck, I was like, wow, that's terrifying. I need it. It's like $15.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Hit the camera button again. You didn't hit it. The one that looks like the camera. There you go. Okay.
I hit the invader button again.
Oh. Yeah, it's not a toggle. It's poop. Oh, is that when I kept mispronouncing that guy's name? Yeah, I'm terrible. I was reading, I was doing all the Spanish and Italian and Mexican Gothic stuff.
Uh-oh.
So, of course, it's all like Spanish, Italian, Mexican names.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, like, butchered so many of them. Like, I'm sorry! I tried.
Here, give me one. I want to see if I can say it.
I put them all away. Like,
oh.
Well, there was one, I think it was the director's last name was Pupillo.
Yeah.
But I kept pronouncing it Pupilo. It's Pupilo.
It's poop.
No. Pupillo. Pupilo. It's not Pupilo and it's not Pupillo. It's
Look at her.
Pupillo. Alright. You stop rubbing up against the stacks of stuff.
She has no brain in there.
I know. There's no brain.
Oh. Oh.
Kitty cannot brain.
Oh my goodness.
Kitty is no brain.
Hi.
Can you see her? Hold on.
I don't think so.
Where is she? Oh no, yeah, you can see her. You can see it, like, yeah, just a little
Oh,
low.
you can, yeah.
Hello, little long cat. Hi. How you doing?
Aww. That's what she was doing along my side last night. She just went all long and fell asleep.
Yeah, you long girl. She's one of the few kitties that actually likes tummy rubs.
Yeah. I'd say a lot of kitties like tummy rubs.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like Church always tries to murder us when we give him a tummy
Where are you
rub.
going?
What are you doing? You're all floppy and long. Here, we'll end with cute kitty things. You're just a lump.
You're the star of the show, sweetie.
You're just a lump. What are you doing? I think she's enjoying having the extra space now that I've cleared things out.
Yes.
Of course, I've just kind of moved them across the room. I need to still do videos of it. What's his foot doing? What's his foot doing up here? You're sticking your foot up. Yeah.
She's just such a lump. Oh my god, the purrs.
She's just, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but she is like just purring.
She purrs just when we talk to her, like...
She does, she just likes to be acknowledged.
She just loves any form of attention. She's like the chillest cat I've ever met.
She really is, yeah.
She just does not care.
She loves attention.
I could carry her around upside down and like run around the house with her and she would not mind.
Yeah. She's just happy to be getting attention.
It's my foot. Oh my goodness. Oh my tummy. The tummy.
Well,
Where are we going? Okay.
don't know.
She's just so, like, wriggly.
Yeah. Aw. This is Eclipse. She's our tortoise shell. She is the chillest little lump. Yeah. I can hear you purring from here. My goodness. Just being all floppy and cute and long and chunky.
Yeah, she's gotten kind of chunky.
Yeah. She's happy. She's eating well.
When we first got her, though, she was like a twig, so
yeah, she was
I'm
like-
glad.
Almost skin and bones, but I mean, she came from basically a borderline abusive environment, so she was scared as
Yeah,
hell.
they were like,
Scared and skittish, and
there's a term for it, but they weren't like hoarders in the sense of items, they were hoarders in the sense of like cats. Where they had like 12 cats,
Oh
and
my
they kept like selling the older cats so that they could keep kittens.
yeah.
And I'm like, how the fuck could you do that to like a cat that you've known for years and that's come to trust you, and you're just gonna get rid of it once a younger one comes around? Like,
Yeah, that's shitty.
yeah.
So,
And they're from the same church and Eclipse. They're from the same litter, but like the mom just kept going and hooking up with like this
yeah, her
neighbor's cat.
Their mom was like a hoe bag.
Yeah.
Just kept going, getting knocked up over and over and over again.
But-
Like, why didn't they ever get her neutered?
I
Like,
think they did
or
eventually,
spayed or
maybe,
whatever the
but
term is. Yeah.
yeah, no, it was shit. And then they like didn't have enough food bowls around, so there was a lot of like fighting for food.
Yeah, and Eclipse would get beat up basically by her siblings, so she wasn't eating enough.
She got beat up by her own mom, like.
Yeah, so she, was very skittish when we got her and stuff. But
She
I
was
mean,
very, very wary of church.
yeah, but they get along well, and they play, and they wrestle, and they have fun, and she actually kind of bosses him around now.
Yeah. She'll smack him if he's like being a little shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about you.
Yeah, I'm telling your story. Look at you just being all long. Look at this long girl. Long cat is long. He's just like it looks like you just have two tiny little feet on the bottom and you're just this giant tube.
You've got like 15 lurkers.
I know.
Everybody's fallen asleep just in time for the cat.
Yeah. Always end on a song or a cute cat doing cat things.
Where you going? Oh, she's slow blinking at me.
Aww. So blinking means they love you. And we do that back to them, and like she'll actually respond. Like I'll give her slow blinks, and she'll like meow at me, all happy. Yeah.
She gets very excited.
Yeah. She knows she's loved.
Oh, I had a carpet.
Stop clawing the carpet. They have like 4 scratching posts too, like full scratching centers.
Well, they use the one in my room a decent amount at least.
Does she use it? I know Church does. Church is our black cat, appropriately enough. Horror
Giving
fans
me the
should
boots.
recognize that one.
You gotta let go.
You're locked in.
Thank you. Oh, you chasing your tail now? What are you doing?
I don't know. I just don't want wanted to crash through all my stuff. I just crashed through these thousands of dollars of Blu-rays.
Did you get much done today?
Yeah, 3 good-sized segments.
That's good.
I already set aside the ones for tomorrow. Gonna be tackling Hammer Films tomorrow finally. That's a big one. Probably gonna do it in 3 segments. Just, you know, milk the content.
Oh, Wolfden is in the chat.
And I worked it out.
He
It's
said good
likely
morning?
going to be 40 parts-ish. Good mooning. Good mooning.
Because it's night now.
Good mooning. Ugh. I was thinking of getting a sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
All I've had is toast and peanut butter all day.
Mm-hmm. Stop. Stop.
Good morning.
Ow.
Good morning. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, did she get you?
Well, she doesn't like break the skin like Church does, but still hurts.
Weren't you going to trim her nails?
Yeah, I don't know where the clippers went.
Oh. Well, that's that then. Alrighty. Well, folks, I think we'll bid you good night. Hold on. Sorry. I'm just staring at the ceiling.
She'll like grab and then give you the boots, whereas Church will like bite and then try to rip your skin off.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, getting the boots, too. That's not...
Oh, here's Church.
Oh.
Speaking of which.
Hi, Church. Is it your turn now? Oh, big stretch. How you doing, buddy? Bless you.
He had quite the sneeze attack this morning.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Did you get a fluff up your nose?
Church.
Church.
He doesn't give a shit when you say his name.
He does sometimes. Church. Oh.
Oh.
Hello. Flop. Now it is my turn to be floppy and cute.
Oh, and Eclipse is coming over.
Uh-oh. Are we about to have a fight? Oh, uh-oh. Hey, psst, out of there. Out of there. Going under the computer. Well, computer table, that is.
Hi, buddy. How are you doing?
We have the strangest angles right now. Hello. Get you?
He gets static a lot on him.
Oh, well, I guess he's like rubbing along the carpet. What you doing? Hmm? Why are you wrapping yourself around all the tripods? Oh. Literally wrapping himself around the tripod. What are you doing? Just get the power cord away from you. What are you doing? Hmm? Weirdo. Getting all hyper.
What are you doing, bud? You have a fluff on your nose.
Dare you try to get it?
Got it.
There you go. Mummy knows the tricks. What are you doing?
Why are you lemon?
Oh, you have an eclipse emerging. Oh. Oh. Okay. What? Oh my god. So
What?
I unplugged the sound.
What the fuck did he do?
Yeah, the cat crashed into the...
Into something.
Yeah, that's great. And now the sound is coming through the speakers for some reason. Anyway... You guys able to hear it at all? He just completely fucked everything up. Thanks, church.
I don't even know what he did. There you go.
There. Well, that's annoying. Varsity Blues. Very nice. Is that with Sean Astin? Or no, I'm thinking of Rudy. Never mind. Very different movie. Well, that's annoying. See, what happens is when, for some reason, when it switches speakers through Streamlabs, while Streamlabs is running, I can't switch it back. Like, it just fucks it all up. We've had that problem before, and I tried to put the sound through the speakers to watch movies and stuff. Anyway.
You just gonna pop next door?
Yeah. Did you sneeze all over my collection?
No.
Anyway, that is it for me to you for now, folks.
I think I've got stuff up my nose.
I might watch a little bit more. I'm watching the live-action Death Note movies, the Japanese ones, the good ones, and they're actually really good. I've been enjoying them immensely. I finished the first one yesterday. Well, watched the first one yesterday. Just started the second one today with my morning coffee, and then just haven't got back to it because, well, we've been streaming and stuff. So yeah, I think I'm going to go next door, get a sandwich, and watch a little bit more before bed. So big thanks again to Make Your Farts Greener Again for the $300, and of course to Travu for the $2 earlier. It all helps. It all adds up, and thanks to you guys, we'll be able to get that rent situation cleared, and then we should be good for the rest of the month, honestly, because we've got money coming in for the rest of the month, so I'm being bapped by his tail. This ambiance we're listening to, by the way, is one of my favorite Halloween horror compilations. It's just called Halloween. It's a CD of about an hour of ambient sounds and creepy music and stuff, and I love it. It's one of my favorites. Hope you've been enjoying it. Anyway, I will see you all next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. Next time we'll be doing Hammer Films. Yeah, Hammer Horror, baby. You don't want to miss it. See you then. Thank you for shooing them out of there. See you next time.